What do you mean test? Like him. Hi, look on him. How's you? How's the day? How's everything? Okay. Hi, same thing. I'm testing something on my phone, and I think it's bad. Yeah, it is bad. Cool. Good to know. Good to know. Uh, so basically Twitch is telling me that I have a new stream manager view on mobile that I didn't have access to before. Now it's in beta since the, you know, newer like TwitchCon type of thing. And yeah, 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 yeah. Nah, it's kind of bad. It is kind of bad. It's really tiny, like me. Yeah. I don't know if I like it. I don't know if I like it. I wish I could zoom in. I can't zoom in. I mean, that might be good enough. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. And you just asked me to ask you something. Well, ask away. Ask away. I don't know. What are you waiting for? Yeah, it's a bit of a weird view. I'm seeing myself and I'm seeing the chat, but I'm also seeing buttons that I didn't have access to before. Uh, I can't really show you because I don't have really access. I mean, I could have access to it, but it doesn't really matter. But it looks like this. And what can I say? It's not great because the chat is kind of tinier than if I'm just watching the stream itself, but I'm getting more stuff at the bottom. So that's interesting. And then my stream, in terms of the preview, what I can say is that everything is enclosed into boxes. So we can't really zoom in right now, but it's just yeah, the chat is in a box, which yeah, if I swipe horizontally, it does something, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We will see. I'm also seeing things that I'm not supposed to see. I mean, I'm supposed to see, but you know. It's frozen. It's dead. It's dead. Already. Okay, fine. You kept having to repaint some nails? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I don't really look at stream mods. The only thing that I have access to is this version of the stream manager on my desktop, which seems to be much better, at least from my point of view. But then yeah. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see on the phone if it works, if it doesn't work, you know. Anyways, it's about charging money for a task. Yes. Expand. I do remember the wedding things. I mean, the back or not the back or depends on you. You either did the work that you were supposed to do, didn't, and if you didn't, you didn't, and it's fine. It happens. Specifically because you probably was not paid. I'm not gonna be able to do that. You know. Can I do that though? Is that an option? 1 second. It is. It is an option. I can do that. Anyways, I'm posting on Blue Sky. No one's on Blue Sky. Everyone's dead. So what's the question? What is the question? Also, cat, good news, half news. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing right now. I've been talking about it. It's kind of shit, but it's okay, but it's kind of shit. So yeah. So yeah, Kat, I just refilled this. I know that we both are in need of creatine, and these are caps. I feel like it's easier for me to get caps than to get scoops, even though I do like the scoops. That's an option. So these are okay. The thing that I don't like about them is I know I'm tiny, but it's kind of fat, and you need 4 caps for the 3 grams. God dang, 3 grams um, that they are recommending. So I'm picking 8 because, you know, that's the thing. So I was like, hi, what on it? How are you? How's your day going? So that's the first thing. You could have removed the pills, but yeah. I know. um. So yeah, it's pretty nice. It's this one has valuable. Hi, welcome in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thank you for chatting. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Also, it's interesting that you have a YouTube tag, but you're not on YouTube. But yeah, that song is weird. The cat's friend, I see. Uh, you could have just, not. And it has this one as the bitch K20 instead of the K22.
Battle_bro_YT is now following.
Thank you for the follow, appreciate it. And therefore they have like a bit more water retention, or at least that's what they say. So that's the thing. You can start a raid for me. Yes, I think I gave you that. I gave you that power a long time ago. You already had the ability to do like a slash raid from before, but now it's probably just a button. So, yeah. I'm sorry about that. The chat doesn't work. I'm gonna get out of here. Get the fuck out. I just need to go in my channel and look at my stream in the way that it's intended to be, and that works. And mod view is shit, so get out. Cool. Larkham, question. Content. He sent me a pig on Discord. Ha! Ha! He sent me something on Discord, god damn it. He did the thing. Version of registration, detailed registration in color. Yes. Me? You don't want to know. You don't want to know. So, save the date, notes, 3 versions. So save the date, notes in 3 versions in total, panels, and then you want the vector illustration, which basically you do at the same time, so that's a thing, and then you also want the, well, at least it's 2 different things. But I feel like if I'm basing that on also, I mean, I can show that, but no one here will understand, so it doesn't really matter, right? It's in French. No one read that. Yeah, Stony, I went back to normal mode. It's really shit. The chat doesn't scroll up. Like if you scroll up once, it's stuck. It doesn't follow the chat. It's really bad. So one big illustration for the initial save the date thing, one small illustration back and forth, so that's basically two, for the faire part, which is the invites, basically. It's not the invite, but it is the invites. Um, and the panel being like a 50 by 70 is a bit more complex, because it's a bigger thing. Again, there is so much things happening in my head right now to make sure that I can explain and do that. So 1 second. In this thing of the creation of an illustration, that's an email template. So my personal take on this, let me just do the things in ways that make sense. Let's do primitive in light mode and put them there. So this thing right there, the first one, is going to be, I'm gonna say, no right icon is gonna be better. That's gonna be easier. Cross keys, hi, welcome on in. If you have any question about Figma, feel free to ask. Also, this week is the last week for, I mean, not the last week, but it's the last week on YouTube to receive the last episode of the Figma Bootcamp. So if you are not watching the Figma Bootcamp on YouTube, please do that. That might help to get faster into how to understand Figma, how it works, and so on. So, yeah. Kana, hi, welcome in. How are you? Yeah. That's the thing that I'm thinking about. Anyways, doesn't really matter. So, this is, I hate it, right? This is okay. I don't mind it, but it's, it's okay. This is fine. Like for me, I'm ranking these for me. And then this and this, which I don't know why you have two things, like you have splitted them. I don't really understand, but that's fine. But like the illustration or the creation that you have here, it's the same thing as here, and the faire part is the same thing as here. The thing is, what I'm thinking is, or the reason why you have two is you have one option with technically 3 tasks and one option with technically 2 tasks, and one of them is 3, but you didn't like expand them, so it's just like you have package 1 with the 3 and package 2 with the 2. Is that the thing? I'm gonna wait for the answers. Oh, there's 2 weddings. That's 2 different weddings. So you want to price both at 2? I mean, it's the same thing. Cool. It doesn't really matter. If it's 2 different weddings, then that's here and that's here. So based on that, that is French, sadly. I'm sorry about this. It happens sometimes. It happens. Based on my enthusiasm for these tasks, my prices are different. So because I hate doing this, it's going to be more expensive. Because it's okay to do this, it's going to be fair price. And because it's fine doing this, it's going to be fair price as well. Same thing here, because it's an email template and I hate that, and it just makes no sense to me. I hate it. 1 more 0. That's basically what I do. If I don't hate it, that happens. So in terms of time it will take, because that's also the thing that is going to be pretty important, Let me change that to purple. Let me have something. This email template, let's say it's gonna take me an hour or two. So let's say 2 hours to be safe. Same thing at the bottom. And then the illustration thing, because it's 3 right here. TBD, hi, thanks a lot for the shout out earlier today. Appreciate it. These things are going to be like if it's 3 different stuff, right? And you have 3 versions, it's going to take me a bit longer, and because it's illustration, I'm not really fast at it. So that might take me 6 to 8 hours. I'm going to count 8 hours because it's easier to do. I could have done 10, but right now I'm lazy. It's going to be 2 days roughly to do the illustration in total in the time it will take. And so if this one is just 1 and it's not divided by 3, it's probably going to take me the same thing. Lone Traveler, hi, walk on it. This is a component already. Paysage is landscape. And so this one, let's say, is going to take me 10 hours. I'm not, saying anything, but, whatever. Not necessarily. It depends on how you want to make it, but that's why I'm going to that a bit later. And the 50 by 70, if it's not the same illustration or if it's something that is a bit different, the composition needs to happen. It's going to be let's say it's going to take 10 hours as well, because that's easier. So if you're saying that you're only doing one illustration once and then you just place it differently on other things, maybe this is going to be 10 hours and whatever. It's Larkin project, potential project, just to know how to price it. So this is going to be taking 12 hours, which is technically half a day, but that's 2.5 days in terms of client pricing. And this one is taking 18, 20, 24, so 5 days. So going back to our regular pricing system, if I have it, I forgot. Right there. Figma is so slow. I think in French is RSVP kind of thing, roughly, but it's not. It's not true. So that's pricing website, pricing things. I forgot if I have one that is like mostly not this. It happens. I don't have my hourly rate, but like basically for me, as said, I'm gonna have 2.5 days for one and 5 days in total. So that's gonna take me roughly a week. So I will, instead of doing like a day rate, I might do like a bit of a cut in the middle. That is going to be roughly 10K, 8K, 10K, roughly, based on me. Mostly because I do not like this. These two, I hate it, and these two, okay, and this one that is fine. It's going to be roughly 10K. But if it's something that I like to do, if it was something that I like to do, that's not the case. But if it was, I might have done it for 5, for 3, depending on the thing in question. Like if I'm really liking what I'm doing, meh. Yeah. But yeah, I would say that's the thing. So the overall like project rate for things is going to be kind of the same stuff. Probably going to end up in the 12K for my skills and my speed and the thing that I'm creating. Again, the last client that I had, we did like a reduced rate because the scope didn't match the package that I have. So I have like a full package for something, and they didn't want the full package. They just wanted something that is like smaller. So we reduced the scope, and therefore we reduced the price to match that. That's not something that I recommend, but it can always happen. So if you price yourself at like 5 to 10K, you know, would be pretty good. But then in terms of my revision policy that we have, it's 3 revisions maximum. First one is free, second one is free, third one is free, fourth one is paid. And paid is 15% of the total package. So if you reach the 4th revision, you pay 15% of the initial thing on top of it, which sometimes is not much, right? Like 15% of $1,000, not that much, but yeah, yeah. The 5th is 15% again. Like anything after that is either 15% or it's priced hourly. So if you price things hourly, you end up with a lot more money. If you price things with a percentage, you could end up with a lot more money. The thing that is really good for additional revision being paid and not being included or free or unlimited revision that a lot of people are doing is you end up with, let's say I'm getting like a 100K client, right? Vince, also, hi, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for coming in. Thanks a lot for chatting. Appreciate it. Like if I have a client with a 100K project, doesn't happen often, but can happen. 15% of 100K is 15K. Most clients, when you tell them
Vian is now following.
The next revision is going to cost you 15K, they're like, okay, cool. No revision, we good. We good. So, you know, like that's the thing. Again, if it's a 1K client, it's not that much. It's like 150, fine. But you know, yeah. The thing that we usually have and the thing that we take as a half reference, kind of reference-ish, is going to be this system, which we talked about it before, but that's a bit of a newer-ish system that exists, which is the subscription models for designers and for creatives. So basically, you have like a price per month, and your client has one request at a time. So they want to do a card. It's going to take me how long it take me to do the card, and then it goes into the to validate, and then it goes back to work in progress if it hasn't been validated. If it is validated, it goes into validated, and then there is a new thing that can enter the queue, which means that if I'm good enough, and that's usually the case, as they say, average like 48 hours of delivery, you do your first card, and then you put it in waiting for validation, and then that's it. The client needs to decide if it's good or not. If it's not good, then it's not good, and it goes back into the work. So that's the thing. But yeah, but that's a new system. That's a system that kind of works because with that unlimited revision, you basically just say, well, for as long as you have me as a contractor, it's gonna cost you 5K a month. And so for the first month, you have as many requests that you want, as long as you validate them and you move them forward. But it's one at a time. So, you just you have one request, we do one request, and then once that's done, we move to the next one. But yeah, that's the thing. And also then, yes, you need to target right the client you want. That is true. That is the truth. And the thing also, Krosky, as you said, my cousin Steve is really good with computers, and he says that he can do it for 150. When clients tell me this, I always say, well, go with them. I don't care. Just go with them. Why didn't you go with them in the first place? Why did you come here? And usually they're like, well, you have a reputation. You have something else. I don't know. And yeah, that's it's the thing. So how many business hours per day? It depends. It depends. Most of the time, it's around 5 to 6. If it's a very specific project that I really like, it might be 8. If it's something for myself, it's 24 hours, so it doesn't really count. But, usually 5 to 6. And that's also what this approach allow. The goal of this, which we talked about it before, the goal of this and how it works is basically you click the join now, join today button. You end up on a Trello board with the ability of you as the client to build new card and new task that will then go into the work in progress section. I don't even know if I have there. That's the one from Plush, but it's the same. So basically, you end up here with nothing in there, and then if you are a client, you can move that into the waitlist. The waitlist is then done into the work in progress. When it's done, it's going into the validation. If it's validated by the client, it moves into finished, and if it's not, it just goes back into work in progress, and so on. It's one at a time, which is the most important thing. So that's something. This one, Plush specifically, is doing it with illustration, and this is the backlog, so that you know that she's basically fully booked until December, and she's not taking anyone on right now. Boy, she could. But yeah, so you do that, and so the plan is, or the goal is always the same. The client is never as invested in Trello as you are. So what happens is you end up with, you do the work in an hour, 2 hours, whatever. You put the card into the awaiting validation section, and in the awaiting validation section, the time it takes the client to realize that they have received an email from Trello that tells them that their task has been waiting for them to review is going to take probably 1 to 2 hours. And then sometimes it takes more. And so basically you work for 2 hours on one day for a client that replied the next day. And so in the time in between the two, in between the time that the client said, oh yeah, I'm looking at the tasks that you've done, and I'm putting it into the validated, and I can move a new one into the column, you can work for someone else. So that's the main plan of these things. Yes, also. But yeah, I feel like I'm losing chat today. That's crazy. It happens. Using a Squarespace template and having a bespoke design. Yes, but also at the end of the day, I think a Squarespace template can work for a lot of clients as well. And Squarespace itself could work really well for some clients as well. So sometimes you can just have a template from Squarespace that you just polish here and there. But yeah. So yeah, different, but it's an option. I usually don't. Um, I I usually just say like not 15 minutes. I usually just say we'll have like a meeting of 30 to an hour, 30 minutes to an hour to define everything. And then once I have like a greater understanding, it's just gonna go faster. So yeah, but what Brett is doing is mostly, or what Brett was doing, I don't know if he's still doing that, was to say no meetings at all. So you join today, you add a task. I don't know you, but you add everything that you need to add, and then um, yeah, after that, it's just no meaning, nothing. That's an option. Um, but yeah, I would rather have a call with them, even though it take me an hour to just polish and have everything. That's have a good rest of your day. Like, like for example, this is the this is the notes that I have. I know I'm far away, but like that page right here is the note that I have for one of the clients that I had. It's just what do we need? What is um, the influence? What do we want to convey, and so on and so forth. So yeah, that's a thing. That is a thing. Um, good. Congrats. I would love to take a look at it. If you have published something, I would love to take a look at it. Um, it is. It's one of the passports um, field notes. I think that's the name. And this one is from Sketch. Merged from Sketch. I had another one, and it's filled, and this one is filled as well. But there is a lot of good thing in there that I can showcase on stream to just say, oh, this is the type of wireframes that I'm doing. This is the type of review for logo and research and so on. So yeah, I like to have it, but usually I take this. I do prefer these ones rather than anything else. Because it's a tad better, and also these specifically. I mean, these are the same as Sketch. This one is brand new, but they are. I don't think you can see that on stream. These are dotted lines. Yeah, you can't see that. Not dotted lines, just dotted papers. So there is only just points, just points right there. You can't see shit. um, but yeah, that's pen and paper. Even though I'm a very digital person, pen and paper for taking notes for clients and also doing like some rough sketches is almost the best option. I bought my iPad specifically for that, and since I bought it, it is the best Netflix device that I have. iPad Pro, biggest one, just just best Netflix app. That's that's all it's used for. So yeah. um, and then you said before we made the shitty wallpaper. Good job. Cool, 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 cool. And Launchroller, you said curious about the model, but could I go back to work? Oh, yeah, well, that have good work section. Have good work. Um, if you want more question about that model, weird ass thing later, we can if you come back. 100%. We've talked about it before. It's a bit shitty, but it's also fine. So we'll see. We will see. Also, Kenna, you sent something. I'm guessing I'm not gonna have. Oh, I'm gonna have it. God damn. Wasn't sure I would. Um. Sorry. uh, that's so sad. VPN yourself. I don't know. Do something about it. That's bad. That is bad. I agree with that. I agree with that. Um, Also, yes, being a freelancer is a bit of an annoyance. I hate it. All right, I hate it. I wish I could not be. I wish I could be hired in the company and just not think about finding clients and do all that. But yeah, I just hate it overall. It's the worst. Um, you try to make it stylish instead. Ugh. Sorry, I just. Uh, I see. Uh, Insert custom text into description and all videos on a channel be used to advertise something. That's interesting. I really need like a bit more context overall um, on how it works and so on. But yeah, it's pretty useful if it's like something where you can edit the text directly in your current channel. Um, then could be useful. There is a lot of thing that I don't know if I like it. The expanding, retracting section is kind of debatable. Like it's fine, but it's not. I wouldn't say it's best. Yes. Yeah. That makes sense. It's all sense. Also, yes, industry change is something that is not. I mean, you can't really do anything about it. Right now, there is a bit of a shift for designers specifically that just don't have the skills just yet. They kind of not working, but I kind of get it. So you have a lot of transitions and you have a lot of things happening that are more distracting than anything. And I would change that. So if you reduce, I guess, what happens on most of the pages, specifically here, for example, if I'm selecting something, this transition, fine. If I'm going into one of the video, which is something that you do right after, like, can you click? There. So the transition we have in the God damn it. Then I'm gonna read that fucking comments because it's massive. And that one pixel transition is also really bad, but that's fine. It's okay. I'm gonna live. I'm gonna live. Can you click on something? Right about here. Cool. Let me go there. 2000, the video has pinned comments and description. With this tool, you can enter custom text and tool will change text. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that's a good thing in terms of the tool itself. I don't know if it's gonna be the way that you're describing it right now. I don't know if it's a viable option, mainly because pin comment in a lot of channels right now, and also description in a lot of channels are bound to sponsors. So you need to have your pin comment, your first comment, to be related to the sponsors that you have for that video, and not necessarily something that you want to advertise globally. And some sponsors also require you to have pin comments to be specifics based on that sponsor specific whatever that they are paying you for. So that's a thing. But then again, going that quickly, if you can select like 16 videos and just say, well, these things is going to be my pin comment on all of these, then yes, good. Good. So these transition that I was trying to access, which I just want the fucking frame.
The more technologically advanced the human species got, the more
here, that thing. So the fact that from here we are going to zoom in with the content and fade it out and then zoom something else from further out inside is not a current behavior that we have in mind on most people. And then you have this thing that just like expand at once. That's fine. But the usual thing is I'm adding on top rather than adding from the bottom. Like it's rare to have a pile of paper and to just take something out rather than add like a sticky note on top to do some editing. You know what I mean? So if I had like a piece of a contract or something and I need to add like a bit of a change in one specific page, I would take a sticky note, put it on top, change my thing, then turn the page and go to the next video and go to the next content. So yeah. Nonetheless, if it has no sponsors, fine. The thing is, again, I'm gonna say the same thing that I said to Stony many times. When I'm thinking about helping you with the tools that you're building, I'm not thinking about your current use case. I'm thinking about it with the most optimal potential use case for the greatest amount of people, meaning that there is like use case and edge cases that you might not have thought about just yet, because you are currently focused on what's one specific use case that is yours, which makes sense. But then someone else comes in and they're like, oh yeah, well, this doesn't work for me, and therefore not transforming into a client if that's the thing that you want to do, nonetheless. But yeah. Also, yes, what Stony said. I'm so out of the loop today. It's crazy. But yeah, nonetheless, that's the thing that I was speaking about. Like the transition that you have in between all of the pages is always the same, and you have, or it is something that is not necessarily natural or common behavior compared to what I would be expecting from a navigation system. So I would rather do something that is more like a breadcrumb than something like this. The reason for this is that if I'm arriving on a page and I don't know what was the previous page or where I'm going to go back, if I just do previous, because I clicked on the video, I went on like a very specific category, then I deep dived into something, and I'm currently on the description, right? I don't know, like somewhere around here, right? Let's say I'm here. Right? I clicked on the content and I don't know where I am because I needed to go take a shit. It happens. It happens. I know. I know. I needed to. I went, and then I came back 35 minutes later because, I'm a guy. I just take 30 hours on the toilets. And then I'm come back to this. I'm like, fuck, which video is that? So I need to go back in the system to make sure that I'm on the right video and that I'm doing the thing that I'm supposed to do. Because, right, obviously, I was scrolling on TikTok when I was taking a shit, and therefore I forgot everything. So, um, that system of at least keeping the view, right, having this and just doing the inline edits would make a lot of sense rather than having something that expand. Even though the description history is pretty useful, I feel like this is something that could be added as a button, as an option. Like if I'm here and you have a description history right here, that is useful. Cross keys. This UX use case of going for a walk, having a coffee, taking a shit, or for some people, having the memory of a goldfish in the morning is a use case that I have encountered so many times that ensuring that I have breadcrumbs and I understand where the fuck I am and what the fuck I can do is extremely important. Also, are you dead? I mean, not you, but like this. Is you dead? Why is it disconnected? Why is this disconnected? Right there. So that technically works. It doesn't. Why is NVIDIA Broadcast not working? That that is my question. That's my question. Why is the PC so bad? Why is the PC word so bad? Gosh, I hate this mouse. Makes no sense. But yeah, putting an editing would make sense, and then putting something like a breadcrumb to know where you are, what you can do, would make more sense. I did that many times. NVIDIA, NVIDIA, NVIDIA. Broadcast. Would that work then? No? God damn, Windows is so trash. Sorry. I just hate. I just hate. Ah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's supposed to take the right thing, but it's not. Why is it wasn't what? Why? Why? I really don't know why that doesn't work. And now it works, but it says it's disconnected. It makes absolutely no sense. Anyways, forget about it. It's fine. It's fine. So, that's the first thing. Your navigation system is a lot of animations that also are distracting. So, again, because you are building it for one specific person, I get it. At the end of the day, it looks like a really useful tool. So you can build it for one specific person, but you can also white label it later and make it available for other people, like open source or not open source or whatever, whichever. Nonetheless, the detail that I want to mention is even though we do like it, right? It's fun and so on. the background is distracting. The fact that it's there and it moves all the time and it's just everything moves, it's more distracting than anything, at least from me. And so I would probably say, even though it's cool, I get it. It might be better to not have animated backgrounds, or if you have it, not everywhere. Like where you have to do some text editing, maybe pause or slow it down to like zero point 0.1 of the speed, so it still moves, but it doesn't distract the user so much. In the beginning, right, when it's just loading and you have the thing sliding in, why not? But once you're in the editing modes and once you start doing stuff, might be a bit more complex. For some people, again, this is like a very specific type of people that have distraction enabled brain. So, you know, oh, a plane, that type of situation. Um, Overall, like the interface works. Other than the animations, the transitions are kind of debatable. And then you have things that I feel, and right now it's really much a me thing, and I don't know. So you tell me. But would also, yes, you basically said that right here you have the video thing. It just needs to stay sticky rather than be able to scroll up for me to make sense. Anyways, would the sidebar have more content? Because if that's not the case, that's lost space for no reason. And because you have like full values, you can just have them at the top just to be faster, right? You have a header and then your content is just center on the page and you can just navigate. That whole thing could be 100% reorganized in a way that is making a lot more sense by moving this to the top and moving the video section, like this thing, to the side. You could have something that is like basically this with the videos as a full screen thing, and as soon as you select one, it retracts as a sidebar a third of the website, and then you see this view instead right there, with still having access to all of the videos, meaning that once you're here and you have one video selected on the sidebar, it's just highlighted, and if you click on another one, it just changes that content so that you can just go quickly. But yeah, I see. If it's a maybe but not now, it would, in my opinion, enhance, bitch, the H, you're still French, enhance the navigation overall to get something that would be like right now, if I'm modeling it in a way that is, you know, easy. Right now you have this, like that's your very basic navigation. If you do this instead, right, it's basically the same thing, but you gain in width. In the beginning, it doesn't really matter because your content is here anyways. So, you know, like the list is not making any sense. However, if you do the thing that I just said and you get this system with your video list here, and by default, you have the latest video that is selected with its description, pin comment, and all of that is like selected here. While you can have your filters and the latest video, if that's the main point of the section from like home or videos, I don't know which one it is, you have really quick access. So having um, having your videos like this, I have two, yes, right there with potentially just their titles. Like something that I'm thinking about when I'm looking at this page is most of the content is useless. Specifically if the goal is to know like the pin comment. This looks like it's the description, but if that's the pin comment, then that's fine. But yeah, I do like this rendering a bit better because it's easier to grasp, but also it is less understandable for the content that you want to change. So yeah, you know, if it is the description and the point is to either edit the description in bulk or edit the description in pin comments or top pin comment type of thing. I feel like something like this with the ability to just select like, yeah, I can check this one and this one and this one, and I can scroll and select another one, and it just map everything that is the same. So if you have the pin comment that is all the same on all of them except one, you know, could happen. I see. Hmm. I guess I do that. Not entirely. But I guess I would do something similar to this to get like a bit of a sidebar situation rather than anything, and probably have my filters at the top right there to ensure that stuff works. And then based on what is currently selected, then it goes to the content that I can edit on here. The thing that I've seen as well, and again, I'm probably wrong in there. It seemed once you're on a video, you have access to multiple things. So you may have like multiple tabs here as well as here. Or to me, it would be probably something like this. Like your pages are going to be here. Your user specific is going to be somewhere around here. You know, that. Not that. Um, and then you have your tabs and your filters, your videos, and the content based on the one that is currently selected. I feel like that makes sense. It's a lot more condensed, and it might remove stuff. Again, because I don't really understand how it works and I don't have access to play with it entirely. Home video description and comments could potentially be combined into one single page, which is the home, and therefore you don't really need anything. Like you just need an account, maybe like a setting page to ensure that you are linked to the right profile, but technically you have logged in with your, I'm guessing, Gmail account for your YouTube channel. So you probably are good already. But yeah, I'm missing information. That's basically what I'm saying. But it could be something. To rethink the navigation. The main system and the main reason why every time that I have a dev that comes in, Tony can attest, the first thing that I do is change the navigation, which is annoying, I know. But I'm thinking about it in terms of use cases. So based on what you said, my goal is to have access to all of my videos, have access to all of my videos, descriptions and comments, and specifically pin comments. And I think the comment section, based on what I saw earlier, like around here, I'm getting access to the comments that have been posted and the one that I have replied to, not replied to. I can pass right here, like next comment, whatever. I forgot. I didn't really pay attention to that thing. But nonetheless, I need these three things. And so if you currently are on video and video can be a sidebar and work as a sidebar, you can basically remove that entry and it's just like this sidebar contains all of your video. You have the search bar, you have the thing that you want to do, and you can select multiple of them if you want to automatically or in one go change the pin comment or something. And so if the goal is to edit the description of 16 video at once, then the section of description basically can be removed from the sidebar because it's now included into the multi-selection of the feed of video that you currently have. And then same thing for comments. So if I have had the whole context and the whole understanding, maybe this needs to be there 100%. But from my point of view right now, it doesn't. And yeah, like you need, based on the thing, you need a select, you need a multi-select, you need a edit one, edit multiple, and you might need to do something like multi-select and similarity blocks things. So if you have video A, B, E, F that are selected, and in their description, they all have the exact same 5 lines of text, but the rest is different, you could say this is the common block. So that probably is the thing that the user wants to edit, because that's the thing that needs to be like common across all the videos. So what I'm seeing here is this section, right? These 5 lines or 4 lines here, 4 lines here, this is different. But the 4 lines are probably here, but they are just like lower because there is this on top. And so if the system recognizes that the text is the same, it's just not in the same place, but it's the exact same characters string in total, and saying, well, this is the thing that you could edit at once because it's the common threads, that could work. I'll give users a text field and clicking update will update all videos. Yeah, I'm scared of this. I understand your point of this tool is for one person for now, and therefore it works for them, and that's fine to think about it like this. But if you go on description and it gives you like the ability to go onto one description specifically, and or to write one description specifically, and then say, this is the description that we need to have on all the videos, that feels wrong to me. Pin comment, why not? Like pin comment is fine. But if you have one description thing and it's just edit the video of all, and it's not add this block on top or add this block at the bottom, it feels wrong. It's the same thing as me saying like the description of Figma Bootcamp developer collaboration is going to be the same as Figma Bootcamp interactive prototyping. When here, well, I'm talking about prototyping, and therefore the description needs to be like a bit specific to prototyping with the timestamp related to where we're talking about what. Whereas Here, I'm needing something that is different, still the same pattern, but I can't like I can't have the exact same video. The only block that would be the same would be this: join the Patreon or check the live streams. And if that's the thing for description, which again I don't know yet, but if that's the thing for description and it's just you can add a block in your description for all of your videos, that's good. If it's all the video description of all your channel are going to be the same, I'm a bit scared of that. And then if there is like a pin comment and you just want to have the same pin comment on all videos, why not? But same thing, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. I feel like the pin comment, unless it's something that is like an ad, like a real ad, that is, for me, it would be an ad for Can, for example, everywhere on all of my video, but that makes no sense. Like it wouldn't make any sense for me to advertise Can right here compared to advertise the sponsor, compared to advertise Figma, advertise the Patreon right here on these videos. But I wouldn't have any need to advertise that on this one. So I don't know. I don't know. Again, I'm lacking information. Lacking information. Boy, to be checked. See, that navigation switch might help. I don't know how you see it. I don't know if you take that as a potential. But yeah, for a new video, it will save base description, whatever description on the video right now, and also will wait for the user to select where to insert custom text. The description is different for different videos, which is good. Before you can even enter custom text for description, user will be presented with new descriptions to select where to enter custom text. You can see flash of that page when I click on the description. Yeah, I saw that when you are basically here, right? Like text will be inserted here. That's the thing that you're talking about, I think. Right. Which works. Again, works. That's okay. It's just and if that's the case, I would do the same thing. Did you click on description on the side panel? Right there. Yes, you did. So you're here, you click on description on the side panel, it gives you the option to enter your text or text from the other videos that you have, and then it's zoomed in again, and it gives you something like this, which seems to be the list of all the videos, I'm thinking. Or the list of logs. It looks like the logs, at least from my point of view right here. It looks like these are the logs. Yes, because you clicked on logs. God damn it. If I watched the video, that would make more sense. Yes, yes, it would. Something doesn't work for me. Something doesn't work for me. this section here, where you define where you want to insert the text specific to that video, like, yeah, I saw that. I saw that. I moved a bit fast. So from what I can understand, in a way, is that your system detect when you have a break in the description, right? And every time there is a break, it becomes some sort of a potential slot, I guess. So at any end of line, it gives you the ability to insert something in between the break to next line and the next line that already exists. So you can hover everything. But then for this point right here, for example, you have new line that doesn't really exist until maybe around here. And so around and drawing would be giving you like a bit of a, you can't really see that, a bit of a space to do that. But if that's not like a break new line, then it's going to be here. And what I'm thinking, not thinking, kind of thinking, I don't know, is how or what happened if, like, how does it work? Do I select where to insert my block, and then the system is smart enough to know exactly where that block is on every video? Or is it like a one-by-one situation? Because if it's again, if the goal is to go fast and to add something to all of the videos at once, my only options as yeah, as the creator to go fast is I either add my block at the top of the description or at the bottom of the description. Like I can't say, well, after the fourth one, and the fourth one is always going to be good, and all of my description have like 4 lines at the top, and I know that because my timestamps are always the same. Why not? But yeah, I, it seems unpractical. It seems a tad unpractical for me to say, well, it's always gonna be there if it's like selecting the spot right here for that video, but then you need to do that on all the video that you want to add the blocks in. So yeah, that's weird. And if that's the case, if you select a position once and then add it to all the videos, then there is an issue in description length, and you only have 2 options, either top or bottom. And most of the time, because it's something that needs to be kind of pinned, it's gonna be top. So yeah. That could work. Even then. Yeah. There's a ton of things that I don't know, which is annoying, because that's what makes it interesting, at least for me, to go through like these systems. But then from here, if that's what if what I just said is roughly what could happen, I feel like if I select a video, right, that this one has been selected, and that's the selection. Let's do something red because, you know, whatever. Let's put that at 8 so it's visible. It's too much. um, that is my selected video, and then this would be my description slash pin comment situation. Potentially, like, right, I would be on description here, and therefore I would have like the description that I can edit on one specific video. If I go into description as my second page or third page, I'm getting the description templates, and I know where to add a single block on all of my video at once, or on all of the selected video at once. That's a different page. But then video would be an edit one by one. Description would be something really similar to this, where basically you have your like past description that are here, and then maybe you have your templates of description to know, oh, I want to add like this block specifically, and it needs to go right about here for all of these videos. Maybe that's the thing. And if you have something similar for comments, I would be having something similar, and maybe like that button is a add a new pin comment, and then that's the history of things. But then that implies that this makes no sense with comments. I don't know. There's a ton of things that would make sense system-wise to make it like more intelligent, more efficient. But I need more information because right now I'm just spitballing on things that probably don't exist or are not issues just yet. So I guess what my brain said is mostly what needs to happen is a CMS system. Like a platform that manage all of my content. And so getting a bit of a CMS as a reference would give you something that is probably similar to what I have drafted on the side, where you have like your main content here in the greater view, or something like this. Like this works because you have enough pages, but you know, the top is better. I don't know. I'm also seeing like the templates here and there that I kind of know because I have them as well. Yeah. Maybe. Frame is a bit of or has a bit of a similar view in the beginning, like before you go into the ins. And that's basically what I have in mind, where you select something, you see the content itself, and you have the ability to just go into the edits. So that whole thing is roughly what I'm thinking about, where the view would adapt based on the thing that you need to do. So you can see that when you are in the expanded version, right? You select something, you see the video, and then here you have comments and fields, and you would have like your pinned comment and your description. Yeah. I know that the team is there on Dribble. I know that they have had in the past a lot of the design system and a lot of their things on Dribble that have been showcased so that you can take them as inspiration here and there. However, since they have been acquired by, I think, Adobe, I forgot, I think, there is less, obviously. But, you know, taking a look. But you know, Frame might be like a good overall reference, I guess. Specifically that video at the top, like that first video. I can get in with a free account, take a look, and see if it works. But yeah, it is Adobe. User will visit the website. So you did custom blocks for all videos. You click onto description. He's presented with page page where he needs to select where he wants to put it. This custom block for video. Put it yesterday. Yes, I saw that. I feel like there is an inefficiencies in there. 1 second. My brain is trying to compute. It's gonna take a fat second. When you say user can go into the next video, in terms of the regular flow, is it always most of the time going to be the same specific block of text that is just going to be, oh, that's the one that you just pasted. Do you want to paste it on this new video and just tell me where you need to put it? Because if that's the case, it seems inefficient. And also with the second part being limiting. To like yesterday's video, today's video, see next time videos. Like my brain went there. For a second, which is if I'm on my page on the about section, I have all of my panels. And so right now, let's say I need to edit this one, and I know that what's gonna happen is I'm gonna say edit panels, and now I have access to all of them. So I can go in, edit this one, then go in there, edit this one as well. And so if I had more, I would have to click the button. And so from my point of view for your thing, I would say something similar where you have video 1 and then on the side you have video 2, and you can just horizontally scroll to get access to the next video and then edit the thing. But yeah, and so with that in mind, with like video 1 being this one, video 2 being this one, I can say, well, my block is going to be here, my block is going to be here, this block is going to be on this one at the end, on the next one is going to be around here. And so I'm just clicking on all of the description that I can see for all of the video that I need to do today. And then press enter and then be good. So, again, I don't know. But this behavior of I'm selecting here, I press next, and we good. Right? You have to save and ask me next time. When I'm saving, it's going into the next video. Technically. But I'm selecting like the block that you want to have as a previously defined text. So again, I really think that there is like a lot of really useful systems in there. It might be inefficient from a user point of view. Again, if it's for one singular person and that's how they want it to work, that's fine. There's nothing to say. At the end of the day, the client is the client. And so if they want something that is inefficient but efficient for them, right? Whatever. But if this thing is potentially something that you could, again, white label and use and sell or distribute and have other people use, it might be better to have a greater range of potential users in mind when you're building it rather than doing something else. Anyways, I would say that's my main point. That is going to be my main point. It kind of works. And I'm guessing this is the home page where I'm like, oh, this is the new description block that I need to add everywhere, and this is the new pin comment that I need to add everywhere anyways. This is like just update there. Or this is something else, which is basically based on all of this, the selection that you already have made on the previous videos, saying that on video 35, you need to have the description block right there. If I change it here, it changes on all of the videos. Yeah, I think that's the, yeah. I think that's it. Mm. It's not gonna work. Oh. This is good though. That homepage, good, because that's efficient. Specifically, if it's something that you change the pin comment that you currently have on all of your videos, and then you press enter and it changes on all of your videos at once. That's pretty impressive. I do like that. I kind of feel like I'm probably wrong, but I kind of feel like the description and pin comment are going to have the same content. Based on what you said earlier, the fact that the goal of these is to have a block of text that is always visible and is usually an advertisement or announcement or both. Like this one is an ad/announcement thing for gamer subs, saying that specifically between these two dates you have a great discount. That kind of makes sense. But then you would have the same thing in the description. So yeah. Yeah. I think what is in my efficiency brain right now is because of how it's probably gonna happen. The block of text that needs to go in the description is again probably gonna be the first line most of the times. Or if that's not the case, after the what happened in this video section. And if you can detect where blocks are based on, I don't know, semantic something, because maybe you have in the videos themselves, like if I'm going back into one of the descriptions that already exist, right about here, you have something that is called timestamps, right? And so maybe you could detect that timestamp is the thing, and you always want the text that will be inserted to be above timestamps. And so as long as they don't change the way that they are organizing the content, it will always be there. But again, I again, personally, from my point of view, you will probably put that text at the top all the times. So the whole looking at a specific video and then specifically choosing where it's going to be placed seems inefficient. If I'm given this view right here and you tell me description, first line, or free placement as like a toggle, and then pin comment, a toggle that says same as description, and I can just say the new description is this, it's going to be in the first line, that's the content, the pin comment is going to be the same, and then I have one button and I just press enter and it just does it. That would be pretty good. So that I don't have to go to videos, description, comments, whatever. It's just done. It's 3 clicks. Probably a copy paste. What? And if they need to be specific and different, then yeah. I do see the benefits of the tool though. Let me say that. I think that if it's for advertisement and you have a channel that is big enough to kind of ensure that people like watch the videos that are like not from today, not from yesterday, like from many years before. Like for me, if I had something like I don't know, PewDiePie, for example, probably not the best example. Let's say Figma because it makes sense to me. I know, right, that I would go onto the Figma account and potentially go into this thing that is from 6 days ago, or potentially go back to some of their tutorials from 2 months ago and then look at that video. There, like the description that we have here, might not be exactly up to date. And so having the ability with the tool that you are building to tell, or myself to tell everyone, this is the thing that we are talking about now, so you can access like the, I don't know, config recap right there, and potentially pin comment that says something else, right? That would make sense. So yeah, but it would need to impact the entirety of my personal channel, like no questions. Like I would need this to be here on everything at once. And it will be the same. It would be like first line. Like from a creator point of view, to me, it's I want this to be the first thing that people will see, and therefore if it's more than 3 lines down, it's not visible. So because we need this to be the announcement and to be as visible as possible, with your tool, I'm always going to pick the first line. So if it's just a check like first line, yes. Yeah, first line. First line description, yeah, for sure. For sure. Same in the pin comment, the description is the same thing. Yeah, same. For sure. One button send to all, yeah. Or one button say select videos to update, and then you just have the list and you just check, and then done. Efficiency wise, 11 out of 10. Flexibility wise, yeah, debatable. But that removes everything. That removes like the video tab, the description tab, the comment tabs, because you all have here all the thing that you need. You can still keep that though. It's useful. But yeah, you see my point, or I'm just not making any sense? That's also an option. I don't know. I think the fact that it's for one person is kind of skewing my vision and your vision as well, which obviously, like, it's not something that I'm used to do. Like a very, 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 very one user product. Like I would rather do something that is for more than one user. But again, as I said earlier, if it's never gonna be for more than one person, do whatever the fuck they asked. That's what I wanted to say. And that is, yeah, that's basically what you need. You need the thing to run for them specifically, and if they want something somewhere, do they? Yeah. Like if you do challenge, but you still have a sponsor, like, I'm gonna go there because that makes sense, right? LTT, right? First line. LTT number 2, first line. That's the sponsor. It's different 100%. If I go into Marquez, that's different. But there is no sponsor on this video. That makes sense. But yeah, in terms of collaboration, yes. Could happen. Could happen. So I'm just seeing this, which is this. If you haven't seen this video, it's kind of amazing. Oh, for fuck's sake! What the fuck is copy link? There. Yeah, it is inefficient at best, but it's good to see. Um, yeah, that's cute. Mm. So to me, this is really inefficient in terms of specifically how you did it. Not sorry, let me just rephrase that. Not as how you did it, as in how you build the thing, how you did it yourself. Like your process for selecting things, you basically do a lot of distance. You're here, you select something, and then you go to save, and then you click, and then you go back up and you select where it needs to go, and then you go back down and you save. Where I feel like I would probably do click enter, click enter, click enter, click enter. God damn it. And so on. But yeah, and you click at the top of the video to open it in a new tab so that you can open it. Yes. Congrats, Cybersack, on the pink badge. Appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Everyone is gonna have a pink badge now. That's crazy. It's just VIP chat. That's what happened. That is what happened. Hmm. You can't? That's crazy. It is crazy indeed. Yeah, that doesn't work. Oh, the system is broken in my head. So, one thing. I appreciate it. You're welcome, Cybersect. Your behavior is you have defined the description right here, right? You have hello and the pin comment that is hello as well. That is predefined on the homepage. And then when you go in video and you go into description, and then you will click where it's supposed to go, and you click save, and so on until you reach the end of the video that you need to add the block to, right? That's the goal. At the end, you've seen everything. Like this one is the last one, I think. And you end up with, god damn it, how many video do you have? You end up with this, which is a repetition of your homepage that just states this is what you're gonna update. Is, are you sure that this is the thing that you want to add as the description? Which is good and bad at the same time. But it's good to have a check, but it's also not good how it's made. This is how you build it right here, not how you made it on that video. So you're here, you have a bit of a confirmation, and you can select the thing, you can edit the content, update it, send it. It updates all of the 14th video that you have selected, and it adds the block specifically where you have specified where it's supposed to go. And then when it's sent, you basically have the ability to refresh the page, and then you see where the description has been updated. Cool. So far, so good. Everything is fine. I think you might go faster. Again, I don't know if speed is useful, but you might go faster with something like almost this. Like, I think this one is going to be easier. If I have my home specific content right here, I'm going to do that really, really badly just because I can. If I have my description, like the text that I want to have at the description right here, and the text that I want to have as pinned comment, I don't even think it's useful here. But that works. It doesn't matter. And then here, if I had something like video 1 with the description, right? Let's say that that's my thumbnail / video. I have the beginning of the description here, because it's usually going to be somewhere inside of the beginning, but whatever. And then I have another one here, and potentially maybe a third one, but that's not the case. Let's say it's just 2x2, and I know I currently have like 6 or 7 videos to do. If I have the current text that I need to have in my description, either here or right now I'm thinking about putting it at the top, and then description right there with the blocks itself, and I can just say here, 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 and I just scroll through. Then I reach the end when I have matched everything. I just click send or save. I feel like it makes more sense. And now the thing that I was thinking about was, instead of having this sidebar, which is half useless, if you had this instead, and it's just a 3x3, or 3 by how many you want, I feel like it would go faster. And then basically at the end of the page, that makes no sense. At the bottom of the page, you would just have a recap of what you have selected. Like, you have all of that. This is the description block that you are about to implement in all of these videos. And then you have the update all button right there. I don't know. But it's just like one flow of, I clicked on video, I saw the description that I need to do, it takes the initial thing from my homepage, so that makes sense. I just say it needs to be here, it needs to be here, at the top, in the middle, at the top. That's the text that I need to have. Send, done. But and yeah, that I got that. It took me 3 minutes to read that comment message. No, I got that. Yes, if you have selected a location for the insertion of the description, it is saved in the software or in the website as long as it needs to be. And so if I change my description in the homepage, I'm guessing, like if I'm changing the description here, I might have like a button save and it saves for everyone, right? That what I'm doing here is the new video, like the one that I haven't done yet. It's here, and instead of going through the system that you have right here, which is like I select and then I click save, and then I select and then I click save, and then I select and then I click save. I just I select, basically arrive at the end. At the bottom, I'm basically getting this, which shows me what are the previous one and what is the current one that I'm about to update. And I'm pressing the update button, it goes for all of them at once. That's basically what I'm seeing or thinking. But yeah, the thing that I'm unsure though right now is if I have selected these, if these 6 are the new videos that I need to update, and I'm changing the description block here, and I click update, is it gonna update the description on all of the 2,300 videos at once? Or is it just updating these ones because they are the ones that haven't been defined? It's gonna update all of them, right? Well, I think that's what you're saying. Ah, so it's even worse. So that step is not necessary. Yeah, it's worse. Or I drink something. So this step is useless. But it's useful, but it's useless. Yeah. So let's say with the thing that you're saying, I have 2,000 videos on my channel. And these 2,000 video already are optimized with where the block is supposed to go. And then I have uploaded 4 videos, but I haven't connected to this website since I have uploaded them. So when I'm logging in again or accessing the website again, I'm getting a bit of a ping saying like you have the 4 new videos that don't have description positioning, blocks, whatever. So it goes into the video system that you just showcased, where I pick where it's going to update or where it's going to put the description. That's all I need. This is useless to me. Like I would rather say here, what's the new description? Save. And then when I'm pressing save, it's telling me, oh, you have 4 videos that don't have slots locations. So go pick where it's supposed to go. You just go through whatever this is. um, and you select the position, the location, the whatever, and that's it. Like I'm I'm thinking the reason why you clicked on them to open them is because you wanted to show me how they can then update themselves. I think. Um, but yeah, like basically from what I've seen is that you select where it's supposed to be, you click save, it launched it, like it's done. That video already has the thing because when you go on that page specifically afterward, these descriptions already are in hello and not hello world, which is the updated version. So as soon as you clicked for the selection, it went in and updated that block in that position. Hassa! So the only thing that the user needs to do is what's the block, what's the pin comment, and where. And so where is something that is going to take a long time in the beginning because you have a ton of video, but you don't know exactly where things are going to go. So that's why I'm saying if it's like first line for everyone, and then you're done. Um, and then you shouldn't have, to me, you shouldn't have like that section. Like your flow for the user should be, you have 4 new videos here. Where do you want the block to go? Done. Because right now it felt like, and you saw that by the way that I basically did that, my understanding was, again, from external point of view, I'm not someone that is the person that is building the thing for you, you know. But yeah, like that's the thing. I would just go into my videos, the new video that I have posted, and then say it's going here, 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 here. Set. Done. Um, and if you want to update the custom blog description every week, you just technically for me, you just need to log in, and you change that, and you press save, and you're done. Like on Mondays, you log in, you enter that, and you just do that. Kira, hi, welcome on in. Like I would never go back in a video, edit the descriptions to place something that is important somewhere else. Like if I go into studio and I go into my content and I'm saying here, for example, I need this to be with the description in a different pitch, with the description in a different position. That's interesting. Like I need something, let's say I had like 16 lines. Like I'm not, you know. Yeah. I think we are saying the same thing. Or maybe I'm not understanding that message specifically. But for me, it's like what I want my user to do when they arrive here is I want like a notification badge that says video +4 or +16 or plus whatever. right? Video without description, which is 5 right here. I want this around here. Like I want a notification badge that just tells me you have 5 videos to basically tag. Then I go in there, I place the thing, and that's it. I don't want to then have to, once I have placed the thing, change the thing that I'm placing. That's one too many steps. So I would rather just select, send, and be done with it. And then from the home page, if I need to change the description, then yeah. Photo shout out? That sounds really interesting. I don't know who you are and what you are, but that's interesting. That is you? That's you? You gave a heads up? Oh, you mean that? That's the don't be frightened. I see. I see. I mean, I didn't see. I saw, but I didn't patent. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But yeah, flow-wise, kinda, that's what I would have. I would have homepage. These are the video that you need to place blocks. Here's the blocks you're about to place, which is this. And that's it. Like right now, I don't see the use for the rest. Yes, it's working for your user. But but the French government and the documents that I need to fill out, it works. It doesn't mean that it doesn't piss me off. I can still do it. And I'm fine with it because it's like a certain amount of clicks that I need to do, and that's it, and then I'm done. But if it could be more efficient, I would love to. Same here. Like maybe it works perfectly for your user right now, but if you tell them like what is the goal really? The goal is to have my description, my pin comment, and the place where it goes into the videos. Then your home screen, at least from my point of view, is going to be basically this. These are the 5 videos that you need to place content in. You have your description, you have your text, you have your whatever. You click what it is, you send, and you know, maybe. So the home would, I mean, for me, the home would have the videos that I need to place blocks in description on the home page, rather than having to go into videos. Who do we have that does something like this? I guess potentially Webflow is something similar. Not entirely, but kinda. So, like, yeah, dang. I know it's not the same. This is like a what's new situation, but I can see and learn more. And so I would have, for me, that's what I would have. I open the app and I'm like, here are your new 15 video that you have missed to place the blocks. And here are the descriptions. And where the fuck do you want the description blocks to go? Oh, you want them here, 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 here. Cool, update. And then you send that, and you're done. Then you arrive on your homepage, which is going to be that. And then now your blocks have been placed on all of your videos. And yeah, I feel like that's just so easier. Yeah, like I guess I need to do that in a proper manner. So what I have in mind is you have basically a 16 by 9, I guess. Right, that's your aspect ratio. You're probably going to be, to me, somewhere around like 64, 65, whatever, right? Your block is going to be 420 for what it is. So this is, damn, um, your video, right? That's the thing. And then you have your video title goes here type of situation, right? That's there, that's black, right there. Whatever else you have to define the videos and the content would be there. And then underneath that, I would have my description goes here. So for you, not there, in here for the one that you just shared, right? You have that description, which goes into here. Sorry. That's crazy. That's crazy. Is it going to be the same thing? Yeah. Oh, that's crazy. Am I needing to do, I guess? Let's see. Yeah. So pasting without any styling works. Right? That's the whole thing right now. It's not exactly what we wanted, but getting these. And that is going to take, all right now it's small, which is not, it's already quite small based on the size. Nonetheless, doesn't really matter. Right, the thing that you have is these tags at the top are not part of the description, right? It's not part of it. That's part of it. So again, because of how this is supposed to work, and how the probability again of the user defining it at the beginning or at the second line, because if it's, as you said, if it's a collaboration, it's going to be on this after who did the collaboration take place with, who was with, and if it's not, it's going to be at the top. So if you have your blocks for your videos that are like this, better than that, you basically have everything you need in no time. Right? And so from my point of view, you would have this when you open the website for the first time after not logging in. You would have video need, like these video need something. You have your descriptions. It's just a scroll view, and you say, well, here I need the description block to be right there. Here I need it at the top. I go to the next one. It's going to be right here. And so from the homepage, from right here, I'm getting the model first. That's the first thing that I see. And then at the end of this new model that shows me all of my videos that I need to, you know, select where the block is going to be, I just have a good save. And when I'm saving this, it launched the thing in the background. I don't have to do anything. It updates my current new video with the description that is right there. So if now I'm realizing that, oh, that is hello with an exclamation mark and it's supposed to be hello world with like a capitalized H, I just change it here. I press the button to update and it updates on all of the fucking videos at once. So it's just, again, efficiencies. What do you need to do? I needed to place my description blocks. Cool. Place them. You have 5 videos to place the description blocks on. Do that. And then once you're done, well, you're done. So what else do you want? Gotta change something in a very specific video? Cool. Go in the video tab, look for the video that you need, change the placement, do that manually afterward. Fine. But if your user needs to edit like 5 videos at once in the beginning every time, because they do that every Monday, I feel like having this as an option. Shit, that's the wrong key. Like if I'm getting these, and let's go back to day. Right? Autumn, hi. Welcome on in. Welcome back. How have you been? I do have hair, yes. I have some hair. It pisses me off now, though. It is too long, but it's also the length that I like to be able to just bun them. So, you know, that's appreciated. That is appreciated. Do that. Update. Right. I basically have that as a thing. You know. Since you joined, I don't know, since the last time you joined, 2024. And before that, 2023. So, yeah. 2024, 5/2, I was still in Japan. Right there. Visa ended. That happened. That happened, sadly. But yeah, again, I would have this obviously with the right design, you know, to make this make sense. But yeah, again, specifically because we said first line, second line, probably for where the description is going to be 90% of the time, potentially, some very, very specific video are going to need like a bit more attention. But if you just showcase the first 10 lines or the first 15 lines of each descriptions in the video that need your attention block, then you select the thing, then you update, and then you're done. Like that, again, to me makes so much more sense, because that way I don't need to do the whole thing that you have done right here, which is I mean, yeah, text overflow is going to break stuff. So the one that you sent earlier, like if the description was way far out and this block was like allowing me to do so, it will just be one line. So your text overflow might be a bit of an issue. But if you just want like ensuring that the first line is the first line, yeah. If it's just one line, why not? Why not? But yeah, the main goal is this. Like if I'm looking at what you're doing here on that video specifically, you have 1, 2, 3, basically 3 clicks to per video to send the block where it's supposed to be. And so with the version that I just did, you lose 1 click in the beginning, and you lose 1 click, technically 2 clicks at the end when you update the content. So when you arrive here, you don't arrive here. You just send the data, and well, and that can be done in the home screen. Also, I'm seeing this now, and I'm not paying attention. You know, that's how things happen. The fact or the reason for 13 out of 14 is because you, on your specific channel, you have 14 videos. That what happens? I think it is. So that mean it would be out of 2,300 for the other person you're building this for. So that will be a lot of work. Can you silently do that rather than locking the user into the flow? Yeah. Do they need to have the website running open and the tab not closed while that happens, or can they just do something else? Okay, cool. I get it though. I get it. Yeah. I really think this is good. Small detail. Based on some of the things that we've seen earlier, I think you have the ability to say um, later, right? Like you have something that says um, see next time or something else. I don't know. I think you do. Um, right? Ask next time. Um, and so that could be a button specific here. Um, so that, you know, people could just, or specifically your user, could either be uh, like right there per video. That seems a bit repetitive, but I feel like it's going to be necessary. Um, and there as well, like you want to skip everything, you can, right? So you these video needs your attention, or these, I mean, technically right now that would be these two videos need your attention. For you, you would have like a specific amount, and then you say ask next time. It basically closes this, save them into memory, and then the user can do whatever the fuck they want, which I don't think they would want to do that. But whatever, I'm not their mom. Fine. And here, same thing. Like maybe on that video specifically, what you kind of need to get this thing to be for next time, and so it might be good to get the ask next time per video, because like this one needs a bit more thinking. Right now, like I don't know, but yeah. And Grosky's, thanks. But again, if you need help on something, please just ask. Just ask. Have a good rest of your day. Thanks a lot for stopping by. Appreciate it. The hair is probably going to be shorter or non-existent. Maybe I will be bald. Maybe I will be bald. I don't know. I We never know. We never know. Balding hard. I wouldn't take a razor just yet. Like I need to lose what my dad had before I can just shave. But yeah, at some point, yes, for sure. Unless PP45, if you know, you know. Like there is a new thing that came out this year, and 4 or 5. Sorry, I knew. Dang. New drug that is currently in testing that basically has the ability to regrow hair, or not regrow hair, but basically take one of the follicle that is dormant and reactivate them, and it seems efficient. It seems efficient. So we'll see. We'll see. Polish a turd is really good. Yes. Yes, it's kind of the same thing. Um, it is also Kira, yes. Most of the people that have transitioned uh, from man to woman have regained hair. Yes, they have. Which is pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. I might transition. I don't know. No. So yeah, kind of to end the discussion, not really. Well, never end the discussion, but to kind of end the discussion and move to something else because we have stuff to look at. Um, my main point for you would be have a discussion with the main user and just like, and you probably already know, ask them exactly what is their flow, what do they do. Like usually they come in, they go onto the videos, they select where the block is going to be, and then they update the things, and then they're done. And then if they come in and they don't have new videos, but they know that they need to change the pin comments or they need to change um, the description blocks, they do that, and then they update it, and then they wait 3 days for the thing to propagate across everything. I'm guessing this is 99% of the flows. And then the 1% left is, oh shit, that video specifically needs to be updated because the block needs to be lower or higher or something else. But because you don't have another option of saying, oh, that video specifically needs to like have a different description and you can like edit stuff. Yeah, so I don't know. Kojo, hi, welcome in. How are you? I mean, who are you? You should kind of explain that. How did you find the stream? Psychomp, first in class, congrats. You want to STEM into UI UX? Don't learn it on your own. I mean, specifically if you need to pay for that, don't pay. Don't pay for it, please. You're not really in a bad position if you already are a creative person. You are in a pretty good position if your brain works in a visual way. If it doesn't, more complex. If your brain works in an analytical way of data first, and you can see the data and the patterns and the things, which is creative in some sort, it's good more for UX than UI. But if you can see things in your head with aphantasia, which we talk about all the time, which is this process, you probably have heard of it in the past, right? Think about an apple. What can you see? Can you see? Can you not see? If you are in the one or two, good. Creative jobs and UI related content is going to be pretty good. If you are in three potentials, you can kind of transition, but you can't really grow that muscle that much. If you're in 4 and 5, UX first, much more much more better than UI for you. Are you in a bad position based on AI tools of today? No, you're good. But you're good if you're in like 1, 2, or 3. Other than that, yeah. So,
My name's Kojo is now following.
thanks a lot for the follow. Appreciate it. So overall, the creative business is gonna remain something, but if you are like a newcomer in the creative business, your job is gonna is getting a bit more complex. You need to be better than most people to stand out. You need to be more efficient. You need to know the tools. You need to know the tech. You need to know what the people want, and so on, to be good, be better. Um, but yeah, also kind of to just go back to that message. That's sad that they haven't tested anything yet. Like, I wish they did. I wish they did, because otherwise it makes no sense. Makes no sense. But yeah, and Kojo, for the other thing, we are design related stream. I've been a designer for like 20 years roughly, and I'm helping as much as I can. So if you have any design question, any UX UI related questions, feel free to ask. Like, there is no dumb question. If there is a new tool that you want to know how it works, like maybe you haven't heard of Framer, or you don't know exactly how it works, or you haven't really mastered Figma and so on, feel free to ask. Like, I'm here to help. So yeah, do they? Do they? Sorry, I just saw something that is kind of crazy, but that's fun. If you haven't seen, but also like Zapier, the official account of Zapier has liked one of my tweets, which is pretty nice. Though, the reason for that is because the CEO of Zapier has done something. This tweet was really good from my point of view. Obviously, didn't work because, Twitter. But CEO of Zapier said that they are setting a new standard at Zapier that 100% of the new hires needs to be fluent in AI. Steve decided to say, the Zapier CEO says that 100% of all new hire must be fluent in AI, which is basically what is written here. Therefore, I took a screenshot of both and I said that I'm letting you know that Steve is saying that the CEO of Zapier has said that 100% of the new hires need to be fluent in AI by sharing a screenshot of the CEO post. So obviously, I'm sharing a screenshot of the user that is sharing a screenshot of the CEO post without saying anything else, because, right, they did add nothing, I did add nothing, and the flows continued. That's how useless this bitch is. This is social media for you. Yes. Fluent in AI basically means that you have the ability to understand how the process works, how to use AIs, and how to make use of AI in your day-to-day work. So if you know how to be more efficient with AI, then you could. Anyways, we have a lot today. Officially, a lot. Yeah, a lot. God damn. God the damn. So much shit. So you are kind of right, but you're also kind of wrong. Something that has been said, and I have kind of said before, not directly, but kind of, being fluent in AI means knowing how to type and being kind of literate, being able to communicate an ID to a tool that will understand said ID and then do something with it. But yeah. I feel like we haven't seen these. I feel like we have seen these. Okay, we have seen that. On. No, we haven't. We have seen so much, but we haven't seen much. Um, we have seen that, yes. I think we ended up on this one, which is crazy. There is so much shit. Um, so we've had seen some details, some things here and there. There was a lot of flair coming in, which is fine. But, um, the wheel widgets, yes, 100%. It is above us, I think. We had these that are like kind of a new old trend coming back. So this is the regular aqua design thing. They are looking pretty cool. Like the glare being like curved is really nice compared to the usual thing. But yeah, and the icon inside being like recessed is also a really nice touch. So, Chris, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? Um, this is something that we shared earlier. This is a really cute animation, right? No one typed this fast, but it's pretty cute. Um, here's the link. So, what did we see? What did we see? This was the same thing. This is like basically Figma made, which is pretty cool. A nice soft toggle with a bit of highlight here and there. This has been made with spline, which is pretty impressive as well. But yeah, to me, the notion of being fluent in AI is a way of shifting blame into the dev when an LLM fails to do a thing. Hmm. Yeah, that's true, but that's also a thing that uh, I'm guessing is probably the reason for the fluentness that they are asking, um, which is the difference. Stony, I'm going to use you again for that example. The differences between Stony and me when using AI, I build an entire app that works, that is on the store and has users. And every time Stony has been trying to use AI in his code base, the thing has really not worked because the code base might be too massive, or the way that Stony is prompting the AI is not really as efficient, or we do things differently, right? Whatever. But the difference is the way that I'm doing things works, and the way that he's doing things doesn't. One of the person that I'm following on TikTok has been saying something and has put into words the way that I think, but I couldn't really formulate that properly on my own, so that's good. But basically, what he said is any person that is creative or that has the creative illustrator slash designer slash dev creative mindset, and that specifically for illustration and for designers, if you have the ability to see in your brain, that's why I talked about the aphantasia earlier. You have the ability to see in your head the thing that you want to have, and you have the ability to look at it and explain it with words because you can see it in your head. You basically are 10 years ahead of any AI, LLM language models things because that's basically how they work. They are just a way to take the text ID that you have and make it visible. So some people that are in aphantasia, uh, basically 4 or 5, that can't see shit, well, they need these tools to be able to see the thing in full view. And so the people that are using AI are doing that, or using it because they are here. Whereas me, at 0 technically, but let's say 1, I don't. I know exactly what I need to do. I can describe it. And therefore, what I'm describing is not an idea of how things should work. It's exactly what needs to happen. Unless it's a concept that is a bit more foreign to me and not visuals. And therefore, I'm roughly around here. So I don't know. And I'm asking for a way to get the thing out. But most of the time it's kind of working. Like, for example, today was a bit of a bitch. Yes, today was a bitch, for sure. No. Today it was a very long chat. Like this one is full. And overall, this thing kind of broke, so I had to revert. And then the way that I had thought about it was basically the truth. And the only thing that the AI did for me was go through the entirety of my code base to check if what I had described was right or not. And because it was the case, we had the ability to do the thing, and then I just messed it up on my own for myself. So I'm fine with it. But now I have just done a recap of everything that we have done today to make sure that I can reprompt it tomorrow, have like a bit of a trace somewhere. But that only is only feasible because I'm currently around here, and therefore I can just prompt the thing properly. So for that specific use case that you just mentioned, right here, I don't think it's necessarily to pull the blame on the user and not the AI, but I think it's always the same thing. Like if the company that you are working for is using Adobe software, right? And you are fluent in Figma, right? You know how Figma works, which is my case. I know how Figma works and I can do whatever the fuck I want in Figma. Cool. You put me on Adobe software, I might be a bit slow. Not might, I will be a bit slow. So you can blame me for being slow because I'm not fluent enough in Adobe software. That's on me. And so I understand. The thing is, a good dev and a good dev with a good understanding of LLMs, if that's the specific use case, is going to be a better dev. A good designer with a good understanding of how AI models work and how they can help, it's going to be a better designer. Someone that does marketing, that understand how copy works, and that can like use AI to generate greater amount of copies for some things, will be more efficient. So that, I mean, that's the main thing. But yeah. And then the thing with the large code base thingy, yes and no. The only one that currently work is augments that can have like a massive code base, and the newer version of Claude in max mode, which has 20,000 tokens, I think. Which is kind of crazy. But yeah. There are things that are going to be good. So I do understand blaming the devs and not the LLMs, but I would blame myself as well if I was supposed to work on Adobe software and I said that I was fluent in it and I'm not. Like if I'm lying about being fluent in Adobe software, that's on me. So yeah. Anyways, next up we have this thing, which is really cool. This is like a bit of a music player. Activity, I don't know. And then here at the bottom there is a ticket, which implies that this specific band, group, whatever, has an event and you can buy tickets. And I think this is a really, really cool idea. I'm not saying that Spotify should do this, but they kind of already do this with telling me that I have some of the bands that I like have like an event, a concert somewhere near me, and therefore I'm just going to check it out. But this is a really, really cool thing. And if you had like a widget for Spotify that was in the corner of your screen, and then one day you listen to something and then there is a ticket that drops down because, you know, you're listening to X specific band and they have a concert near you, I feel like this would be like a very converting widget. So, you know, keeping that into the reference. This was amazing as well. I love 3D and specifically fluids. They did really good. They did really good. We've had on my feed a lot of cute stuff. I'm biased on these. This is like a style that I like a lot. It's a bit complicated for me to put in place, but this one was really nice. And, you know, small cute illustrations. We like it. We like it. And then, what did we see? What did we see? This one made me laugh. The VTuber artist just hid stuff behind the neck of the VTuber, which I think I have done in the past. Not that, but I have done a similar thing. I have made or used Braille fonts and used that as patterns in the background of cards to say things about the client or the company in Braille, that it's baked in as a PNG. So unless you know Braille, you don't know what's written in there. So yeah. I'm not gonna do that. This is something else, like the amount of burnouts per role. That's me. I'm the first. But then you see the range, like it's like 15% of the people that have been interviewed are founders, and then 24%, so 1/4 roughly, of the people that have been interviewed or asked have experienced burnout. I can't trust this for many reasons. Because maybe they have had, I don't know, 4 designer reply, and therefore out of the designer, 1 had, and therefore it's just higher because just 1. I don't know. I don't have the matrix behind it, but that's something that is pretty true, metrics and graphs and shit. And then that person said just hug your designers, and obviously someone said no hugs, just money, just cash is fine, which we agree. Anyways, that's a thing that we might do on Figma at some point. I don't know, there is a lot of textures specifically like that. That seems pretty challenging. I don't know if I would. But the whole thing right there is pretty nice. So we might do that in Figma at some point. Just saying this. So, we have a ton of things to talk about regarding Twitch. If you haven't followed through, it is more challenging because of the textures. But yeah, and then done some research, and when I try to picture a red apple, I can make any color. I can't make any color at all. Can you see the apple? I mean, if you can see the apple and it's black and white, then that's fine. Can you take the black and white apple in your head and cut it in half? That's the next challenge. If you can, then you're good. If you can't, then, you know. It's not there yet. They say later this year. Don't forget about it. Don't. It's fine. So I have saved the whole thread, so we will go through that in a second. But yeah, there is like so much updates, so much shit to talk about. It's crazy. It is crazy. That's for Yeroen specifically for the emotes, to see that it's not like full face all the time. Like sometimes you don't need some of the details that make the user. That's the thing. I have saved the beginning, which is right there. Cool. So here we go. First thing that they have announced is the new, better vertical plugin, and this is in conjunction with the existing vertical by Aten. So they are working together. That's why they have been not releasing for a bit. I didn't know about it. I had no idea. So this is something that has been in the work for the past few months, year-ish. I would say like 6-8 months, roughly. And it's really useful for streamers to be able to have like both canvas. I don't think it's good for viewers at all. I think the vertical feed is not necessary and you would miss things. However, the way that it has been implemented in TikTok and in other apps, Chinese apps, is really good. Like, if you're here and your phone has the like the screen rotation that is enabled, not locked, like mine is locked all the time, but you know, it happens. And you're on vertical screen and then you just rotate and it goes into horizontal directly. I feel like that's pretty good. But then it also implies, sorry for the screenshot right there, it also implies that you need to have a pretty good layout in vertical to make sure that it works. So for someone that is like just chatting, all good. For someone like me that is going from screen to just chatting to not screen to whatever, you need like a ton of things. So yeah. Not really. I don't know what the barrage effect is. Not directly. I don't know what that is. Maybe I know, but I don't have the name. I mean, the homepage is already this. So what I would have is just like the vertical view is on the homepage, and you could still switch between the two. Like that's what I would like to see, because this is better on mobile for like having access to chat compared to this one, and this is better for the feed when you're looking for someone. Like it's basically shorts. You just see something that is live right now. So, we'll see. We will see. Twitch has been enabling 2K streaming. I see. So, Kojo, you have the, I would say 3-4 probably. if you say like just an outlines stuff, the apple is the most common representation. Flowers, birds, whatever, kind of works. The thing is, these organization, right? This one is like from 1 to 5, and this one is from 1 to 5 the other way. So don't really picture that. Just picture the global spectrum of imagination that you have. So if you can't see anything, if you can see something, if you have like a bit of a rough idea that's in between, and if you can see everything and move stuff and do stuff, kind of works. Oh, you mean at the top? I like that, but it's weird. I like that on video that but it's not like a chat thing. It's mostly like the comments that have happened on that video, and then it's just fly past at the time it has been posted, right? Yeah. So, nonetheless, like, for me, as I say, I'm at 0. I can see the apple, change its species, turn it on, add a worm, cut it in half, cut this thing in half again, give it to my friend that is also in my head, change the label, see the fucking stickers on the fucking apple that I forgot to remove, peel it off. You know, again, I'm at 0. I can do all of these things in my head, and I'm fine with it. That's how I'm good with that. If you are mostly in the 3, 4, 4, 5 situation, everything that is going to require you to get creative and see things in your head might not be the best. However, if you can think but not see, that might be enough. What do I mean by that? So, if you can't picture anything, but you have the ability to think about a problem, and you don't need to materialize it on paper or in a tool, you don't need to do anything. Like it's just like it's in your head right now. It's just ideas, words, vague concept, but you can still put them together and figure out a way to fix us or to find a solution to fix a problem, to do something in your head before you do that on the tool that you're using. So code, in design, in whatever, you're kind of good. So aphantasia is a visual test, the thinking test of how to figure out something without having to like basically write the solutions or write the IDs is another test, but it's basically the same. If you are roughly in, okay, let's say the issue, like the math problem, can you do a math problem in your head? Is that a thing? Yes, you might be at 2 or 1 in the thinking thing, but yeah. Yeah, yeah. So you are probably at 2, not 4. And you might have like an in between, which is basically 3. So you kind of good if you can see them, if you can picture them, and you can think of them, and you see the idea, you have the idea, even if it's a vague concept and it's not like pixel perfect representation of what it is. You kind of good. It's mostly like if you're at 5 and you really don't have anything in your head, eh. Do you have also like an inner monologue, the ability to talk to yourself in your head without being vocal? Yeah. Yeah, so you basically had 1, 2. So yeah, no, you are good. For the design work, you are good. For anything that is creative work, you are going to be good. Don't worry about it. You might have not really tried just yet. But the fact that you said that you see the worm, you see that it's on the left side, it has a smiley face, which obviously it had one, and the hole is too small, the stickers are over the hole, like the thing that you get to see then. Yeah, no, you're good. Don't worry about it. You're good for UI stuff. So because you have that thinking system, you will have the ability to make connection. The creativity, and what creativity is the ability for your head and your brain to make connection between things and potentials in, oh, this thing plus this thing together give you something, and your head can make that. And you can think of it as a concept, you can think of it as a concrete concept, and you can think of it as something that is visual. So if you have the ability to see something and you're like, what if I take this and this? What happens? Well, I can see the idea of having like a face, a watch face on top of an iPhone, an iPhone case, and I have a clock on my AirPod case, and I can see that. And I can do that in my head without having to see them physically, but like by concept, just concept. You're like outside, walking, seeing a flower pot. It has a weird shape. Then you walk 15 more meters, you see something else. It reminds you of something else, whatever. And then 6 days later, you're like, that flower pot, that shape would probably work for the thing that I'm trying to build right now in this UI related app. Or that shape would be really good for a sleeve, for a garment, for a t-shirt or something. That's creativity, basically. It's the ability to make connection in between elements that are unrelated, but you have the ability to make them related. So if you can see things in your head, you're good. Don't worry about it. You're gonna be fine. So you could go into like a UI UX major, but I don't think it is necessary. Like, if you can avoid, I don't know where you're living, so I don't know how education, how accessible it is. I would say that if it is free, or if it is like not that expensive, Northern Ireland, you should be good. Yes, go for it. Go for it. Yes. I was about to say, if you are in the US and the thing that you're aiming for is a bit expensive and you need to go into debt to be able to afford it, don't do it. Anything that you will learn in school is available on the internet for free. And if you are someone that needs the structure and the schedule of a school, go for it. So yeah. Yeah. I'm reading that that whole message. Yes, you could. It's pretty good. It's I've done it, the UI UX certification. It's pretty nice. Again, this is like a 1 week certification. I did it in 3 hours, just because I've been working for so long. So all of the answers are just like, yeah, of course, of course, of course. But it's a pretty nice course. I needed to go through it to make sure that it's like recommendable or good enough to be recommended. So yeah, you can do it if you can get the free access for the first week. Do that, and then if you really like it and you want to complete it entirely, which I think would cost you $49 for the months. It's been a while, maybe a bit more. It's good. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. The other courses are pretty good as well. They have like the intros to project management, the intros to machine learning, which is really nice as well. I did that, and others that I forgot that are pretty nice. But yeah, the thing that I would tell you though, in terms of potential addition, is UI UX is going to be good, right? But it's not going to be enough. You will need to have more skills. So, as you said, you just did computer science, which is really good, meaning that you can go into something that is called design engineering, which is basically designer that can code, or front end dev that can design well enough. So, if that's your case and you are interested in like visual stuff and design stuff, could work. Yes. Yes, I'm dyslexic as well, and that's one of the reasons why my visualization is pretty good. Because I see the letters in my head and they just flip. Like if you have a Blender, the 3D software, and you know how it works, imagine the words in a single line, but then some letters just flip. That's what happens in my head. Yes. So I'm lost at times. Twitch related, HabTrain is new. There is a new thing specifically on mobile, but also like on desktop, there is like a new animation and things. There is this. I like this a lot. This is a sub promo, which basically gives me the ability to discount the subs for a certain amount of time, which is basically 12 hours in a certain amount of time per year. So I could have a discount like a September situation for 1 day, which is pretty good. So for a subathon, for example, I could make it go through 40%, 30%, whatever. But yeah. Yeah, Kojo, if you have never been like in design engineering, basically what Jay is doing is design engineering most of the time. If you have seen Jay in the past, right there, take a look. It's pretty nice. Jay is really good. Jay basically does visual representation in code. And so everything that they are doing is ensuring that the visuals is good. And there is a ton of things. Most of his creation are available on CodePen. So you can like really, really deep dive deep, dive deep into that to make sure that you have the code, the understanding, and so on. So highly recommend Jay's content. That is kind of crazy. But yeah, I might not. I might do it with my other channel, which is kind of sad because we don't have as much video in there. But that's crazy, kind of. That's a lot of requests, a lot of data that you get right there. Mm. Yeah, I get that. I get that. Yeah. I mean, you need to have access to this whole thing in order to be able to, you know, edit the video descriptions and things. So yeah, this is one of my preferred things, I would say. And then they follow up with the better clip flow that I talked about on Friday. They now have a rewind feature, which I think is really good, or will have a rewind feature. So if you missed something and you're unsure, you can go back. Like you can do on YouTube, for example, you can just take the head, go back where it's supposed to be, watch the thing again and then go back to the live. So that's really good. You would have potentially people that will click on the timeline without really paying attention and have a 2 hour delay. But it could happen. We never know. We never know. They have now introduced collab that is more like mobile friendly. I don't know if that's good, but why not? There is a new Discord for mods, Stony, if you want. And that's about it. So overall, they also have reduced the necessary values, necessary metrics for affiliates. So yeah. I don't know. I think it was already pretty simple, and I don't know. From what we've said before, transcoding, or the ability to get source half for different internet connections and speeds, is what costs the most to Twitch. And this is only available to partner and affiliate based on demands. So if all the partners are streaming at the same time, a lot of affiliate will not have access to it, or the only people that would have access to it are the people that have the most viewers. And so making sure that they are spending a lot more money, Twitch, onto transcoding and other things doesn't seem like a good idea, financially speaking, because they are not profitable yet still. So I don't know. As I said before, getting rid of primes like Twitch Prime and integrating it into Twitch Turbo would make so much more sense. And having multiple tiers of Twitch Turbos, like the one that is at $14 a month, which is the one that I have, would be like the middle tier. Maybe you have one at $9 a month, which is what we had before, which just gives you half of the ads and I don't know, one free sub per month could work, and then something that is like $20 a month, 3 free subs a month. I don't know, whatever. Could work much better, but yeah, in terms of monetization and revenue for Twitch. But yeah, all of that, right? All of that is the news from Twitch or TwitchCon that happened 2 days ago, 3 days ago. And it's pretty good. We'll see when it's coming out. For now, we don't have any things, but yeah, that's the thing. Anyways, moving on. This is something that I've been talking about since the Google Home came out, and we talked about this on Wednesday last week. This is what I've been saying when I discovered voice UIs. So as soon as voice became kind of more democratized, I thought that this would be what we have. Currently, the people that are saying this are currently saying that this is ChatGPT stuff, where it's just like one single form in the center. And I think, again, from my point of view, you're welcome. Thanks a lot for the follow and thanks a lot for stopping by. If you need to come back, have more questions, do all that, please do so. I'll be here 3 days a week. And for me, the hey Alexa, I don't have one. Sorry if I triggered yours. And just ask for whatever the fuck I want. Makes a lot more sense. Like, I'm looking for, I don't know, right? Uh, Korean bakery, Paris center, right? I don't know. Here, if I'm on voice, I would probably have a list that is based on this through an AI system type of thing. And then that is not center. Um, and then there is nothing from the one that I'm looking for. God damn it. Um, and it would be like fed to my AirPods or something else. But right now, I need to go through this whole thing, and maybe it works, maybe it doesn't work, and so on. So everything is clean. Slowly, my whole feed is really clean, like my ass. Anyways, the one I want to go to though. um, is it Benny C? It is. Yeah. Like I think for the people that just want quick and easy stuff, the voice is the best. For the people that needs specified stuff, like for example, I'm looking for this pitch, it's for next year. But you know, I'm looking for that, and because I kind of search for it. So the people that are interested in deep diving into specific stuff will. Like, for example, this one is or has been coming back since Saturday, and I need to go back because it's good. It's a bit too chocolatey for me, but it's cherry, and therefore I can't miss it up. Anyways, not speaking about cakes. But that's a concept that I've been kind of envisioning for a long time, mainly because of voice. And going back to what I said many times as well, voice is mostly going to work with an, from my point of view, an AR environment. So you have glasses or contact lenses and your voice, and you can see things and talk to the things directly. So you can ask for questions, see the things in front of your eyes, but the interaction is going to be as simplified as possible with hand gestures, eye gestures, voice gestures, and that's about it. So that's an interesting thing. It's kind of sad that they are figuring it out now, but yeah, I mean they aren't figuring it out. It's just having IDs. Having IDs. Anyway, it's an interesting concept. I think. I think this one was interesting. Picture A, picture B, output. I'm kind of impressed for many things. The first thing is picture are looking really similar, and the text is really much the same. The reflection of the fingers, all the things look really, really close. So again, nothing is real anymore. That's it. That's it. we stop. Or, I might be an AI. I am not. Um, what else did we see? I saved a ton of things, but I also didn't really save a ton of things, to be honest. Like, most of it is inspiration for myself rather than anything else. Um, Also, this point is really true. Like, specifically
Best
for
dog is now
inspiration.
following.
Besto GG. Besto? Besto. Hi, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. Appreciate it. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it's true. It's on the internet. I have no clue and I have no way of ensuring that it is true. What? They say that they have a client right now that pay them more than 2K per month for design inspiration. And the reason why that might work is because overall, the inspiration, the research, and the knowledge of design and how things could work together is a very human thing. An AI right now cannot do that. They will be able to at some point, but for now, they can't. So, yeah, might be a thing. Might be a thing. Also, Nerdy has been doing the usual thing, which is really good. I appreciate that so much. Um, because Twitch is saying that basically you have monetization earlier than ever and all that, and they are like, this is such a slap in the face and such a flagrant disrespect to the grind that was the affiliate that we had to go through. And this is slash S for everyone that doesn't really understand, because we've been bitching on that for a long time. But a lot of people in the reply of this tweet are just like thinking that he's not joking. And that's crazy. That is crazy to me. Anyways. I think you don't understand what can happen with ultra simple. There is a different type of UI, like user interface currently means visual user interface. And if there is no visuals, there's still user interface. If you think about blind people, they still use their phone. How do they do it? They tap on the phone, they have vibration, they have things. This is a UI that is like less for the people that have view and eyes that works, but still there. And so there is an option for the inspiration of any type of user interface. If we go to the Ryan at some point, which again, this is like the transitional direction in which I'm envisioning things going. These interfaces are still there, still visual, still visible, but the control is a combination of your eyes placements and hand placements. That it might not be as simplified. Like right here, for example, this one is really much more complex of a UI than anything else, but the grand majority of these interactivities are going to be voice-based or hand gesture-based and not necessarily visual. Like you want something, you ask it, it does the thing for you, and maybe you have a bit of a ting or notification or something, but it's not necessary. However, if you need like a UI, it's going to be there. So I think that this is some of the direction in which things are going. This design, no, but maybe, you know, maybe. I just realized this as well. Like this person has created the Swift UI or Swift data, and I just realized that the representation that they have here is the Swift logo with the data center icon, like the stack of bricks of data center. And yeah, basically I only saw that when I saw the animation. But before that I didn't, which is kind of impressive because I've been working with that for the past year, roughly. These were cute. Again, this is the pastels coming back pattern that I've been seeing. So these are cute. Take them into consideration. They are using a different type of fonts, different type of representation. Most of them are stickers. So stickers is also like a pattern that I've been seeing, and we have like more posts above to reinforce that, which is pretty good. And overall, right, pastel coming back, I would say. There is apparently a new white streak system. We'll see. Stony, you might have the biggest one, and that sounds kinky as fuck. And there might be more points now. You know, we'll see. We will see. It is cool. That's pretty nice. That is pretty nice. That guy kind of
Bad,
was
AOA, bad.
joking about Alk, like saying, "Oh, I just found Alk. It's pretty new. It's pretty nice." As if it's not about the whole debacle of right now. The stickers that I was talking about. Oh, that's pretty nice. That's basically what I do. They did really good on this one. If you're zoomed out, I think it looks like shit. If you're zoomed in, I think it looks amazing. And obviously I'm biased, but the details that they have, and I'm missing some very, very tiny things to make it much better. Specifically when it's zoomed out, the differentiation between like the edge and the rest is too sharp, too flat. But yeah, it looks really good. They did a really good job. Again, this is made in Figma. Quick reminder. What else did we see? That, yeah. This is like for everything. Mostly this is like an investing thing, but it works for life in general. On the days, you will have high point and low points. Overall, on the month, it's going to be kind of stable. If you look at it on the year, it's going to be kind of going up. And if you look at it on a decade, it's basically a hockey stick of exponential improvement. Usually. This goes for investment. This goes for learning. In the beginning, like when you're learning design, you're going to have days where you feel like it's good, days where you feel like it's bad. If you look out after months, after 3, after 6 months, might be like kind of the beginning of the month was okay, at the end of the month was okay, the next month is still okay because it's the same thing. But then when you look at it from the year to year, it's like, oh yeah, you really improved in 12 months. And then from day 1 to year 10, you will see the improvement. So, quick reminder for everyone. I just wanted to have this right there because it's useful. And it's, you know, hopes and shit. All that. Stickers, again. Stickers for everything. What else did I save? So much shit. This was really cute. I thought about doing it as well because now that I have my spine and my brain, I feel like this is a pretty interesting concept. It's really simple and it might be not good enough. But it's a nice illustration, graphic design stuff. That's it. Nothing else to add to this. We have other things. These icons are really cool. Same thing, Dimitri is doing a ton of really nice icons, and this one is really much the Microsoft emojis, which is why I don't really think it's a good icon. Some of the thing that I've been seeing, and I'm kind of sad about, is a lot of the designers that I'm following are basically taking the design that exists on something else that people don't know about. So most designers are not on Windows. Most designers, specifically new designers, do not know that Fluent Design and the Microsoft emojis exist and they look kind of like this. Most people don't know that this icon right here, for example, let me see if I can do that. That's going to be ass right in your face. Is close to, can we have the fucking icon, bitch? I have it on my phone. I just, right? I don't want to say that it is the same, but it has the same vibe. There is a lot of other apps that have like similar icons as well, but like it's the same thing. It's just turned the other way. It's the same blue as always, and you know, that's the thing. Nonetheless, it doesn't mean that this is the icon that Seke has created in the first place, but nonetheless, still details and things. So if you look at something, and going back to what I said to Kojo earlier, but what I've been saying for decades now, get inspired by as much as you can, like as much different things as you can, because you will see things that people have never seen before, and you will be able to implement things that people have never seen before, even though it is common to you. So, you know, dang. It's pretty nice. Again, Stony, I don't see a pattern in design choices of having the main content in a container, but we have like 5 of them in that feed. I don't know what dropover does at all. Haven't seen it ever. Jay was saying that maybe there will be like a mini course, a mini book, a cookbook of 100 things with demos and shit, and that might be amazing. That might be amazing. This is something that I've said before, and I've said to Stony sometimes. I've said to some of you sometimes. Make it exist first, and then make it pretty. But make sure that it exists. Make sure that it works. that people can test it, that people test it, and then refine on top of what exists. So, dev-related outcomes, right? Backend devs that build something, that's good. Backend dev that then decide to improve upon and make it better, that's good. The usual thing is the devs have this mentality of, oh yeah, it works, and that's it. To make it exist and then make it good after the fact, but make it exist first. Anyways, moving on. So in a long time ago, Soren decided to say, what if Tinder had a height minimum and people could sort by height? And apparently it's happening. What we've been saying, though, is that this is probably, goddamn, congrats on the confettis. You're in. That is a lot. That is a lot. Welcome on in. I see a white outline. I see a white outline. Cool. Good job, good job. This is a feature that already existed inside of Tinder in 2018. But what we are saying is basically the overall thing is probably in order for Tinder to make or find a way to make women pay, because they don't. So we'll see. We will see. This I have nothing to say. It's an amazing logo. It is so simple, but it works so well. I like it. I like it. You say the drop game died. Try again. It might work. It might not work. It does work. One person did this, and they did this half flat, not really flat, but kind of flat, right? They gave it a bit of a curve, small details, right? Fine, I'm fine with it. However, they then posted these. Which is rounded. To which I replied, goddamn. I'm so sad because they did this. It was really nice. It was flat. It's good. It's much better. Anyways, this is one of the other AR interactivity thing. We talked about the folder management thing. This is like more for location-based weather-related content, which is interesting. It's not the best, but it's interesting. This is just cat that is in chat and cat in general. That's it. Nothing else. No, nothing else. And then Japan at it again, which apparently have created universal artificial blood that is compatible with all blood types. And that's really impressive. That's something that we really like to see. It's really interesting for me to see that this is coming from Japan, because Japan is one of the most blood type influenced culture. When dating there, one of the questions was, what's your blood type? It's the same thing as the MBTI in Korea. And so the fact that Japan being so obsessed by blood type and how it affects people and how they react to things, and how some people decided a B and an AB don't work together and something, I don't know, that they have decided to create an artificial blood that is compatible with it all is pretty impressive. So I'm guessing it's basically O, like O type, that just can give to anyone, but artificial. So that's interesting. That's it. It's just interesting. We've had other illustration. This one was interesting. People were saying which nose is best. For me, I have a preference. If you have a preference, please tell me before I say mine. But yeah, I think one of them works better than the others. That I'm obviously biased. You say me though. Cool. Anyone else? Another point of view. I like the construction line they have made, though. I think they are fake, as always, but I think they are pretty good representation with the dual diagonal things. I feel like the oval of the eye could have also taken that diagonal to just go with everything. That's a small detail. For me, I like this one. I think this works way better than this. This is breaking the path, and this one is just kind of weird. There's one thing that is missing for me for this one and this one. It's the roundness of these angles. So something that I've been working on, and you've been seeing that for the past few weeks. When I'm building the solid icons, I am taking the time to round my edges. If that wasn't the case, and this was like sharp, it doesn't look as good. There is something bad about it. Whereas rounding the edges, even just a smidge, make the whole icon friendlier. And if they had done that right here, I think I would prefer this one. But because of that non-existing, I do like this one more. Yeah, the first is kind of weird. The first is kind of weird. I agree with that. This is a Denny illustration type of situation. I just kept it for that. Denny hasn't been here for this for a long time. This is for Chris. If you're still lurking, Chris, I know you've been here before, but you were here before with a drink. That's for you. It's an interesting system. I feel like some of the node connectors could work for your playlist specific thing. Mainly some of the flow of the music could go from one song to the other and have like some animation like this. So that's an interesting concept. Just, have a go at it. Have a go at it. What else did we see? Main content in a main container. And some stickers. Mobin has redesigned itself. I'm laughing so hard. Look at the changes. How much you paid for that? God damn. This one was highly debatable. They are showcasing like multiple themes or visually multiple themes. They haven't or they don't have multiple themes. Everything here is the same theme. Everything has the green accent color, but a different background color. So in the blue theme, it's still green. In the green theme, it's green. In the orange theme, it's still green. In the red theme, it's still green. I don't like it. I don't like it. This one's really cute. It's a nice transition in between card mode and non-card mode. So, you know, small details, small stuff. We like it. We like it. And then, as always, Enid just giving me some really, really good tips. If you have badges on the list entry, you can say that the badge is either with the badge prominence increased or decreased. And so increased is giving you the red dot, and decreased is giving me the not red dot, but I still have the information. I did not know. I didn't know. It's really good. That again is one of the reasons why I kind of like Swift UI, even though this is thing that I don't know. If I just think about it, like I need this badge to be dot tiny, I would probably do a dot tiny, and Swift UI Xcode would tell me, yeah, no, that's not decreased. So, yeah, good stuff. Good detail. This is for Alan. I feel like that would work for Alan. Same thing. Same UI again. Anyways, that's for Denny as well. A lot of things for Denny. This one made me laugh. Because shot on my book. Okay. I mean, I can see how shitty the picture quality is. And if you have two phones, like myself, like I have this one and this one, and if I want to take a picture of both, I need a third one, and therefore my Mac is going to be the only one that is an option. So I'm probably going to do that. Anyways, additional things for tracking. I think the latest addition of LiDAR sensor and other things on the iPhones and also the iPad are pretty good. And this one is just using it to track and place stuff to create like a more realistic navigation across, like something that looks holographic. It's pretty nice. It is pretty nice. And then the last one is this. For anyone that is like an artist that doesn't want their creation being taken by AI, this is a sticker that is right here in the corner of this one. And I think it makes sense. I think it makes sense. When you look at it, right here. I like it a lot. Huh. I can read this, but not this. That pisses me off. Um, there is what? どこまで走れば? 走れば? That might be. 1 second. I mean, technically, I should just do that. Be much better. Much faster. 走れば? Just macOS stuff. Don't worry about it. No. Does it run? It is. I was right. So it's Ashiraba. I can read. God damn. I wasn't ready for that. どこまで走れば? Where can I run? That's interesting. Alright, cool. I can read Japanese. Yes. That's the reason I can read. Alright. That's everything we've had since Friday. I mean, technically since Saturday. But goddamn, that's a lot of content. That is a lot of content. On top of that, because, you know, I've been liking stuff, but I'm also been working. I have been writing articles about Can and their content, and that is now available here. So when you go into the website of Can, which I just shared the link a second ago, you have everything about it, but then at the bottom, we finally have a blog section. Said blog section contains a certain amount of articles so far. Mainly, also I need to make sure that these things are clickable because that's not the case right now. These things are going to give you information to, know why I built the app in the first place, and all that. This is like Framer. Framer is Framer. Framer is pretty simple. I'm still unsure about some of the formatting that I chose because I don't have too much formatting options in the whole system. But yeah, I felt like I removed these. Didn't I? Did I forget? I might have forgotten. I did. Apparently did. But yeah, no, there is a ton of things in there. There is also a lot of things that imply. Oh yeah, no. You can write stuff in Swift for the web. It's bad, but you can. Yes, the app is made in Swift for iOS and in Kotlin for Android. Both native, 100% vibe coding. If you can call that vibe coding. But yeah, I really have a bit of a disagreement with vibe coding as a term. The main point being, at least for me, vibe coding is please build this and I go take a shit. Whereas most of my time here is here is what I'm currently doing. Here is what we have. I know what needs to be done. I just don't know how to do it. So, please. And then that works. So it's more intentional than vibe coding, but it's less intentional than coding. So it's in half vibe coding. I don't know. But yeah, that's the. It is. It is. I just wish I could just, launch that and have that connect. But apparently, that is not the case. Why not connecting? What's the issue? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't implement the thing. if uh if the tool that I'm using doesn't have the ability to do the thing that I'm trying to do, that means that this feature is not an option. However, if you take a look at this magnificent uh annoyance of a tab bar that I created, that took me 3 weeks of vibe coding to make it work. And I had to make it work because that was one of the main idea I had. So yeah. Yeah, almost, kinda, to an extent, yes. Basically the content is local, so like these characters are locals. Same thing here, same thing here, and in the dictionaries as well, like all of the content, specifically like right now I'm kind of deep in this one, so it kind of breaks. Um, but yeah, these things are in there, and um, then yeah, there is no like database roughly. The only thing that is linked to the database is the sync system, which is iCloud related. So yeah, the only the only app that I have that is vibe coded that has like an API endpoint is this one. This one needs to have so much information. Um, and the images are coming from Google Maps. The description is from me, but the opening hours, ratings, reviews, all of that, these are Google Map related. So, eh, why again? Again. So yeah, that's the thing. I also want to have as little API call and cost as possible because I'm not making enough money to justify cost. So obviously, I'm basically just you know ensuring that everything runs and that I don't need to buy a new server, a new database, a subscription for the users, and so on. So I'm using whatever I have access to, and yeah, makes sense. But yeah, everything has been built from my head to cursor. And this month, I'm going to probably not be coding that much. Like most of it is going to be content, like marketing and shit, which is pissing me off, but you know, happens, needs to happen. Yeah, it's distribution time. Isn't. Marketing is pissing me off. I hate doing it, but that's also the reason why I've written these 12 articles. Like, it's pretty simple for me to explain, like, what are the differences in between Anki and Can, what are the differences, or what are the reasons why I have not implemented like a writing system inside of it, because these are convictions and things that I have thought about in the first place. Toby, hi, welcome in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks for chatting, appreciate it. So, all of that, right? As a system, this is the thing that I need to do, and I hate it. So, yeah. Yeah, I think I would love to. Also, we almost have some skate right there, which is kind of crazy. Almost. We need someone with an E. We need someone with an E right there. Who do we have with an E? I don't think we have anyone with an E. I see.
Tommy Luco is now following.
I appreciate the follow. Aiden from Khalil stream. Which Aiden is it? There's so many Aiden. But welcome on in. What the fuck was I saying? Yes, endpoint stuff. You know, the Google Maps stuff, the caching and all that, I basically left it to Claude and its potential broken edge type of thing, and it's probably broken and it's really bad. And yeah, I do agree. I would not. I would better right there. Same brain cell, same exact brain cell at the same time. Yeah, everyone's here. Everyone's coming from here in the first place. It's not true. But yeah, there is like a ton of things that I would love to fix right now. And so, yeah. Apparently, yeah. I think Stoney is going to have a not raise, if that is the case. Also, Khalil hasn't been live for a long time, so we'll see. Is it rigged? No, it's not rigged.
Gemesium is now following.
Gemesium. Just like now. Welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks for the follow. Oh. It's, yeah, I wasn't expecting anything, to be honest. I had to pay 42 cents for the API endpoints because I've been using it for the map. But then I thought I was in the free tier, and apparently I'm not. So that's sad. But 42 cents is fine. I'm fine with it. But it's just me, and there is no user, so it's bad. It is. We're not coding, no, Tommy. We are usually doing some design stuff, and I have been building my own Japanese learning app. So that's the code that I'm doing, but that's the only code that I can do, and I can't do shit. So just, just know that. That is an option. That is not an option. I can't code. The thing is, I'm using not Google Maps. I'm using the Map API thingy as far as I remember, and I'm on the free tier. The thing is, the free tier is supposed to be like a specific amount of requests per month per user, I think. But I'm probably not gonna do that. I'm probably gonna find a system that, because of how the app is built, which is right. The way that this thing has been built is you have multiple entries, multiple places where, right, I recommend as a main author of the app. I'm like, yeah, I like this bar specifically, and you should probably go there, and so on. And so I'm using Google Maps for the access to the images at the top, but also the reviews and stuff. And I used to cache them, and apparently right now I'm not. So I have cached them, and so all of that system at the top, for example, is made by me, but then it works by, if I add something, if I had some content, I'm looking for the place. So if I'm looking for Vinici, for example, I think right now my internet connection is shit. That's why it's kind of bad. But it's going to look for the place, it's going to find the place on Google. Once I have the place on Google, it's going to link it to like where it's supposed to go. So both of these link together. Now I have access to the opening hours, and also the descriptions and the websites and the phone numbers through the Google API. And after that, I can write my descriptions, the thing that I want to write, and so on. Like, for example, this one, the first review is a shit ass review. Someone that left like a 1.1 star out of 5 because they ordered something and they got something else. Like, that's not the point. So this bitch is gonna be out. And then the others are 5 out of 5, which makes a lot of sense. So knowing myself, it's probably going to be like a 4.8, and it's a bit expensive, but not too expensive. So I'm just changing stuff here and there. And I know that it's not accessible, like it's not Wilshire accessible. So I'm just going to do that. It is English support, so that's good. It's mostly locals, and it's kind of moderate. Like, there is some people, but not so much people. Then what I'm doing next, all of the images that are at the bottom, these ones are taken from Google, and I can have my own if I want to. But let's say I need, or I want to have like the sandwich thing, like the first one as my thumbnail. I can just say, well, I'm using this one as a thumbnail. And I just select it so that it doesn't pop back up, and then and I save the place. It just does its thing. It officially it caches the data, and it's supposed to be right here. And right now the issue is that the endpoint specifically doesn't really load the thumbnails. It's supposed to load all of the thumbnails, but doesn't reload them. And so, yeah. The contrast thing is specifically the one that is per hours, which is like 800 an hour, is a deterrent. The goal is for you to not buy an hour of my time because it's not enough for the work that I'm doing. Then it would be better for you to just buy something at 1.6K for a mini project, and that takes like 5 hours compared to 2 hours of my time at 800. But if you are someone that just want 2 hours of my time, then it's going to be more expensive. That's the thing. It's basically decremental pricing. We just talked about this. We just talked about this before. Basically, my system is this. The hourly rate is $800. The daily is 1.6. The weekly is 2.8. Monthly is 4.5. Subscription based is 3.5. So that if you want to have me for multiple months at a time, subscription based. So it's 3.5 is cheaper than this. And then project based is 35K, which means that it's basically the same system that Apple is doing, where you are there with the SE, the iPhone SE, and you're like, all right, if I add $100 or $80, I'm getting the non-SE version. That might be a good idea. But if I'm like, my project's going to take longer than 1 day though. So if it's 2 days, that's going to be more expensive than if I buy a week. So I'm going to buy a week because I think it's going to take 3 days. And so we do the thing, and we do the thing in 4 days, and we're good. And then if for some reason we end up taking more than a week, that is going to cost more than if they had taken a month for just a week and a half. Because, pricing. So that's the idea. That's the system. It works. If you know how long a project is going to take, you have the discovery call with me, and I'm giving you like the timeline. If it's like, it's probably going to take like 4 days, 5 days, let's take a week, we're good. If it's probably going to take 8, just to make sure, maybe take a month, so that we have ample time to not rush things and you don't pay too much. And yeah, like my last client was 2K, because it was like kind of rush fee, but also, a bit more than a day. It could have been done in a day, but not really. My whole thing is calculated on day. My day rate is my years of experience plus 2 zeros. So my currently, technically, at 1.9. If I'm going on the monthly is the day rate time 3 time 4, because the monthly rate for a client is roughly 3 days per month, because I have other clients, and that happens 4 times in the month. So that's the monthly. And then the project base is just, it depends, usually the same price, it doesn't change. But yeah, consulting felt a bit more expensive than before. But yeah, that's the idea. I haven't really changed these values though. I should have. But yeah, it's not bound on 40 hours. It's not bound on hours. It's bound on how much do I want to get paid. if you want to get the pricing thing, we talked about it before. I mean, we talked about it many times here. It is. Is it in the interesting tool? No. I feel like it's supposed to be here. It's right there. God damn it. I need technically 1,000. Not much. Like, I'm not really spending much. I just need to save as much as I can to go back to Japan. But if you have never used, how much should I charge? This is mostly like a design related things, and we have done that before. But right, you need some brand design. Let's say that was my last line. Brand designing. This is a private client, so one person. My hourly rate technically is 800, but let's say it's 160, just to make sure, right? I'm estimating this to be 10 days. Let's say 80 hours of work, right? I don't like pricing myself as hours, but whatever. This is gonna be boring, or maybe okay, but let's say boring. And nothing will change in my life. It's gonna be fine, right? It's the same thing. So I should charge 32K. This is a very US based thing. But if I wanted to have, don't worry, hi, welcome on. If I was saying that this will change my life, and it would be a dream project, right? I can charge way less because it's just an amazing thing. I might have to say, well, I'm going to be paid 50 an hour to check, So yeah, I hate the time-based stuff. That we have talked about it. You know that. I hate time-based. If I, as myself, I'm supposed to be paid by the time it takes me to do the thing, and you pay me by the time, I'm gonna take 5 times the time because I just want to be paid 5 times more. So it doesn't. That's the thing. That's why we don't define. If you do fixed price projects, you say it's going to take me a month to complete. Therefore, in order to be safe, it's going to be completed in 2 months. In that contract, you have 3 revisions. This is very much designer stuff, but right? You have 3 revisions. In these 3 revisions, you then end up with the ability to just say, well, if you pass that, it's going to be billed hourly. My hourly is 160 an hour, whatever. But you defined that something that would take you a month would take you for this client 2 months. Dabshi, hi. Welcome on in. Welcome back. How are you? So overall, your pricing and your pricing, your goal for the pricing is to ensure that it take into consideration the potential of exceeding the due date. So for months of things, you just don't, Regular thing. My devs in my previous company, they tell me something will take a week. I'm logging into, like there is no question. I'm saying something is taking 2 weeks. It's gonna take me a day. But I'm never like over promise and under deliver. I under promise and over deliver. So I'm saying that's gonna take me a week. Takes me 3 days. God damn. That's gonna take me a month. Take me a week. God damn. So fast. You know? Like that's the thing. So you price yourself for the expected length, but also for the speed. If I have a client, and I'm sure that would happen to you as well, if you had a client for a new project and that client was saying, I'm going to pay you 50K for this project, I don't care how long it takes. 50K is the rate. It takes a week, it's 50K. It takes a month, it's 50K. It takes 2 years, it's 50K. That's the price. That's what I have as a client. If you know that this thing can take a month and a half, would you do it in a month and a half? Or would you drag it down to 4 months because you have the time? Personally, if I have someone that tells me I'm going to pay you 50K for one project, I don't care how long it takes. You better believe that if I think it can take a month and a half, I'm doing it in a month. Because if I'm so fast, maybe they bring me more business. And they're like, this dev, this designer, this person is really good, really efficient. If you pay them fairly, they do the work fairly in a time that you didn't expect. So I would be efficient. If you tell me, well, that client paid you like 10K. And it's supposed to be done in 3 weeks. I don't know. If you tell me that I have all the time in the world, and you pay me fair enough, I'm gonna do the work as well as I can, as fast as I can, so that I can be on vacation with my 50K. Yeah. We had, not personally, not as a freelance, but we had like a client that was 320,000. And it wasn't good. The client itself wasn't really not the friendliest, but like the easiest to work with. But the sales that worked with that basically just upsell or upsold a ton of things to 320K. So that basically compensated the fact that, we didn't really like the project, but we were like, you know what, that's almost what we make in a year usually. And we did it. I don't think your formula works, Nombre. I don't think that works. Per hours is really bad. Because first of all, because I have a bit of a hard time reading it, like actual per hours, like actual pricing times the hours plus 1.5 the estimate minus the actual. Like I don't think that works. again, per hours never work. At least it doesn't never work for me. I'm just as demotivated as I can be for your product if it's per hour. I'm going to take 10 hours when I should have done it in 20 minutes. Yes, 100%. If I was supposed to make the thing in like, or if I knew I could do the thing in a week, I'm gonna take 4 because you are paying me for the week. So 1 week is 1.6k, and you're willing to pay me like per hours, and therefore I'm just no. There is never a bonus if you're faster. It's you take the bonus on your end. Like again, if I'm paid 50k for a project, and I'm doing it in a month, and I could have taken, because I can live on 50k per year in France, and I could have taken 12 months to do it and be profitable, or 10 months and be profitable. I would have 9 months, 8 months of vacation. So the bonus is what's left. Cookie, hi, welcome in. How are you? How's the day going? So yeah, and to go back to your WordPress thing, I have been so like, how can I say that? Used to work for things that I'm not really interested in or don't really like doing, that right now, if I need to do something that I don't really like in terms of projects, like a banking app, I did. Why not? I don't care. Like it's a banking app. It's an app that works. I have nothing else to say. Like it happens. But yeah, no, that's about it. I'm pretty good. I'm a bit hot. I mean, I'm hot all the time, but I'm a bit hot right now, and I'm also having a fat ass headache since 3 in the afternoon. It's really sad. I took like a ibuprofen type of thing. It didn't go away. Just saying. But yeah, no, I think again, hourly is really gonna be bad because unless the client is fine with paying more, like it is basically what Christo has been saying in some of the interviews that he's done, where he won the thing fast and has said, or client said, I want my logo fast, and he say, I can make it in 15 minutes, and therefore the client said, well, that's gonna be $300, and therefore we say, well, cool, it's gonna take 3 months, so 15 minutes times 4, that's per hours, that's 900 per hours. It's gonna take 3 months, 8 hours a day, times 4, times 3. Are you willing to pay that? I don't know. Same thing. Same thing. I think the benefit that I have compared to what you're doing, specifically with WordPress, is that on my end of things, there is a lot of novelty, there is a lot of new tech, there is a lot of new tools, new patterns, new stuff that are ever changing, and therefore we don't really have the boredom of it's one of these again. Like that never really happened. If I'm going on to Like, let's go on to Dimitri, I guess. Eh, maybe. Um, yes, I have. We talked about it last week. It's fine. The arc is going to be maintained. It's not going down. Apparently, they are saying that it's not going down, and they are just maintaining it for the sake of maintaining it. And their argument is really true. As in, Chrome hasn't really been updated that much in terms of feature. Safari hasn't really had new features. It just has been updated in terms of under the hood. And you know, why not do the exact same thing with Arc and then just add DL on the side? That's what they're saying right now, at least. There will be the full discussion about it on YouTube in about, I think, uh, right now. Also, as always. I think this one, yeah. So that whole thing is the whole discussion. It's 1 hour of discussion about TD. Hi, welcome back. How are you? And also, why the fuck is this in French? That sorry. I need to watch the whole thing, obviously, because they have posted that when I was live, so that's not an option. But I've watched this one, which is like one of the parts. There was like 10, 15 minutes in the middle about it. And yeah, it overall it's just like the app is going to maintain itself, just have security patches and all that. Anyways, you're right. This is the thing. Like Dimitri is doing icon designs, and right, like not one of them is the same. I mean, they are, but they are not the same. Like, you need to go through the logo, you need to go through the app, the branding, the content, the IDs, the research, and so on. And sometimes you need to do a bit more stuff, even though it is still very similar, right? They are showcasing the exact same mockup every time and the exact same things and so on. But at the end of the day, it's kind of the same thing. Like, this one is more fun than this one. But, you know, novelties, new colors, new patterns, new IDs, new projects, new stuff. So that is basically, what you can do. Like, for example, this one is a paywall screen. That maybe change a bit. Like, that's not something they are used to do, or they are not necessarily showcasing the rest. They are mostly showcasing like the app icons and so on. So, yeah. Also, no, Dia is Chrome based. Like, it's basically Chrome with a skin of Edge uh, and a built-in AI chatbots, which basically is the exact same thing as the newest version of Chrome. Chrome now has the Gemini button in the top right, and you basically has the exact same thing that Dia has. And it's better because it doesn't use the same AI model in the background. So yeah. So yeah, overall, like that's the thing. Because we have as designers, we have the benefits of novelties and never really doing the same thing. I mean, we do, but we kind of never do. We end up with like a lot of non-burned out about a specific topic. Like, I've been working at my previous company for 6 years. I've been working on the same or with the same team. And then during these 6 years, I have taken a new, like their existing projects, redesigned it, decided to build a new thing. It died, decided to build a new thing. It worked. The company got acquired. And then I left. I mean, I left just before, but yeah. But even though in 6 years I have been doing the same thing, the overall day-to-day doing the same thing in Figma and you know, doing things, at the end of the day, I'm still doing like a bit of research, a bit of more interesting layouts, more interesting, well, research and things to make sure that everything kind of works. And then, like, it's not as boring as it seems to be. So, yeah. I guess. That's the main. That is the mains. But yeah, when you're looking at these, like, you know, might be good, might be bad, I don't know. Even if you go back to some of my media posts when I was posting icons, somewhere along the line of here, god damn, it's been a while. It's been a while since icons. Right, all of these icon posts, yes, it's annoying. Yes, I've been working on these bitches, and some of them are still not done. I can't do these. Most of them are done. I just need to figure out how to do the animals, how to do the closes, and I'm taking the time that I need to, but that's also one of the benefits that I have. Like, I can take the time that I need to, mainly because it's my own project right here.
Mom!
Which, by the way, once I finish this, there's a lot more stuff going on. A thing that you haven't heard of just yet. A thing that used to be right here 2 weeks ago. There's 2 files that I'm working on the side that will be added to this one. And anyone that has had access to this since the beginning is going to get so much. God damn. God damn. I'm debating adding the content, but I kind of need to. So, yeah, we currently have like all of these. You may have seen it. We currently have all of these things right now, like the code snippets, the create cards, all of these components that currently exist. And we are needing a ton of others. And in the ton of others, there are some big ones coming in. And I've been working on that for a week and a half, 2 weeks right now. So, yeah, it's in silence though. I can't work on that on stream. It doesn't work. Not for me. So yeah. Details. You don't know about it. But yeah, it's boring in a way. Like there are things that I can't really do. Okay. Overall, it's fine. So yeah, that's one of the benefits of designers, I would say. Just because we can. Just can. Because of that. It's fine. Oh, this needs like a full design for this. I thought. How do we think? Did I do good on this one? I wasn't sure about having my cow in white and then the beam ray in black. I feel like it's doesn't make a lot of sense. But also looking at it right now, it doesn't look like it's a lot of difference. But then when I'm looking at it here, it looks like the Luffy's hang from One Piece. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, I like it. I like it. Anyways. So yeah, that's the thing. It is the thing. Though, I'm tired. And I need to check who's live. You said someone else, Stony, last week. And we didn't go there. Do you have anyone? Do I have anyone? That's a question. That's a good question. Yeah, that's the one that I'm looking at right now. Huh? Sorry. That's crazy. That's crazy. Twice. It's crazy. Thrice. Yeah, why not? That's a long ass name though. Nu, no, no. Oh, I got it. I can't type with my voice. Anyways, I'm tired. Thanks a lot for being here, as always. The VOD is going to be on YouTube. And if you have questions and I'm not live, join the Discord. If you want to wait for me to be live to ask the question, I'm going to be back on Wednesday. And yeah. I was about to say join the Patreon if you want to, but hey, I mean, whatever. Whatever. If you want to learn Japanese, though, use Can. It's really good. And then if you want to give me some money, you can sub here or on YouTube, wherever you are. I don't think you can on YouTube. Anyways, it doesn't matter. But yeah, no.
Mom?
Why you like it? It's good. We like it. It's going to be a bit more expensive soon. A bit more complete. For a lot of reasons. So yeah. And Kana, congrats on winning. You did good. You did good. Anyways, enjoy the rest of your day. Take care of yourself. Eat something. Drink something. Be kind to each other. And I'll see you all on Wednesday. Bye.